got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got cannabis, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
This channel runs without ads. If you enjoy the content and want to help me stay motivated and make more videos, please consider supporting me through my Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon links in the description. Now let's continue.
Okay. Ash POV. I see myself walking over to a girl with her back turned towards me. Who is this girl? Why is she so familiar? I have camp set up and this girl and me are right next to the river. I find it odd because I set up camp here last night. Is this real? She turns around at me with a surprised look on her face. I instantly recognize her short honey blonde hair and blue eyes. Serena. Hey Ash, you're up, go wash up, hungry? Serena asks me with a smile. I don't stop walking to her to a point that I am too close to her. Suddenly, my body collapses right into her arms. I freak out as to why I am doing this, but she is the one that gets a huge blush in her face. Why is she blushing? Ash? Are you alright? She asks me. I look up and open my mouth and what comes out surprises me. Now's our chance. Now. She keeps looking at me with a strong blush and then I keep talking. Serena. What? I continue with all my strength. What was I going to say? Why am I feeling so weird? Suddenly, I am surprised to see the scene change in front of me into a snowy cliff. The bottom collapses. Crash. I see the snow falling down from where I am relieved that I did not fall, but then I notice something spine-breaking. Ash. I hear a feminine scream falling which I instantly recognize as Serena. Serena. I shout back in urgency. I see her start to reach the halfway mark of the cliff and I see my vision changing and energy surging through me. That I want to save her. Froga. Instantly, my vision changes its perspective a little to the right and I jump after Serena. I notice it is not me physically that jumped, but someone else. As I fall and feel the G-force I am slowly gaining on the falling teenager and I stretch out my arms to grab her only to flinch that my hands were blue and webbed. As I reach Serena I see my webbed limbs begin to glow white. This white light blinds my vision and then. Pant, I keep panting as I instantly sat up in horror inside my sleeping bag. I am sweating and I notice Pikachu woke up just when I sat up by force. Pikachu asks me in worry. I look at my electric mouse friend and scratch behind his ear letting him know I was okay. Cha. Pikachu cooed and I smile. I look outside and notice that it is still dark so I fall back into slumber once Pikachu fell asleep. What is the meaning of this dream? I was only going to put the second part of the dream, but the Amourshipping XD. I am sorry but I had to at least have Ash fall on Serena like that. Other than that, I am trying to make this snowbell traveling very symbolic for Frogadier and Ash. Also, did you catch the hint and what I am going for? If you are surprised that Frogadier has not evolved yet and is having these powers as Frogadier, then you can see what my goal is up there. Don't worry, it is a spoiler, but it is a good idea I want to try. Also, as for the others, this chapter will focus more on someone other than Ash, so make sure that you enjoy as next chapter Ash is part of a symbolic battle. Without further ado, let's get back into the story. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokemon. Chapter 16, Callum vs. Wulfric, a mega-amazing battle. With Callum walking into the Snowbell Gym. Callum walked into the Snowbell Gym which was very warm from the outside cold weather in the lobby. Instantly, Callum felt welcomed. Callum wanted to make the most out of this battle and win it right off so he could go straight to the Pokemon League. Callum had his team ready and he was going to make sure that he could give it his all. Callum kept walking until he saw a pair of double doors and a monitor on top. The monitor opened up and began to speak, "Welcome to the Snowbell Gym. How may we be of assistance?" Callum smirked and replied while pumping his fist, "I would like a gym battle please." The monitor then replied to the proposition, "Sure thing, make sure you have your jacket on as the gym is cold inside." The double doors suddenly opened up, causing the cold air to rush through Callum, stunning him, but also making his spirit burn as he was ready. Looking around, Callum saw a large amount of ice around the gym, from the icicles on the air to the breath that could be seen when one exhaled. Also, one look at the battlefield and Callum noticed it was made completely out of ice. On the stand stood many people that were watching Callum walk up to the trainer box along with the ref at the side of the field, who was completely in snow gear. The other trainer box stood in front of what looked like an ice throne. Callum looked at the throne and noticed a man with a jacket that he did not use the sleeves of, a large stature and a large beard on his face. Most notably, this man had a collar around his neck, which Callum found suspicious. This man stood up and welcomed Callum. "Welcome to the Snowbell Gym, I am Wulfric, the gym leader." The man then looked right at Callum's eyes and smirked, "And I accept your challenge." The ref then looked at both trainers that were standing in their trainer boxes and started giving instructions. "This will be a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. The battle will be over when all 3 Pokemon on either side are unable to continue. Do all the trainers agree to these rules?" Callum and Wulfric nodded to the ref, who then raised his hand. "Great, now choose your first Pokemon. Beartic, let's battle." Wulfric shouted as he revealed a very large polar bear that stood on both feet. The Beartic gave a huge roar of power as Callum stood there not flinching, but smirking at the level of strength of his opponent. Callum then reached into his belt and grabbed his lead Pokeball, the Pokeball he was going to start with. "Chestnut, come on out." Chestnut then came out and gave a huge battle cry before clenching his fists and looking at Beartic with a smirk. The ref then looked in both trainers and lowered his hand. "Battle begin." Battle music. Callum, Chestnut, versus Wulfric, Beartic. Callum stretched out his arms and began commanding Chestnut, "Wood hammer." Chestnut instantly made his hand turn into a green shining log and rushed straight at the Beartic. Callum knew he was at somewhat of a disadvantage, but he had to take things on correctly. Wulfric then saw the incoming attack and said nothing. This surprised Callum, but Callum stayed cool as he watched Chestnut ram his green log into Beartic's stomach. The Beartic shot out and hit the wall at the other side of the field, and Wulfric then widened his eyes in surprise. "I must say, you have a strong Chestnut there, but how will you deal with this?" Wulfric threw out a fist and exclaimed, "Counter. Bear.tcc." Beartic shouted as Beartic got up and made his fist glow white, making Callum flinch. Beartic began to run straight at Chestnut, and this looked like it could be deadly for Chestnut. As Beartic neared Chestnut, Callum smirked, completely happy about Wulfric's call because Wulfric fell into a good trap, Spiky Shield. Chestnut reacted quickly and put out his hands, forming a green shield. It had many spikes in front of it. Beartic slammed into the shield and stumbled back in pain once contact was made, making Wulfric be surprised at how strong Callum was with Chestnut. Wulfric regained his composure and thought about a possible way to cause Chestnut to get disoriented, and then came up with a plan. "Beartic, use Ice Punch, let's go." Beartic. TCC. Beartic shouted as he made his fist freezing blue and started to run towards the stationary Chestnut. "Wood hammer, counter it." Callum shouted. Chestnut obeyed and made his limb glow green and into a log again as Beartic started running towards Chestnut. Chestnut then began to run through the ice, slipping at times because of the slippery surface, but Chestnut still maintained his balance. The two large Pokemon met in the middle in a huge dominance for power. Both Pokemon struggled to have their attack go through, and finally both Pokemon fell back and got up smirking because of how strong the opponent was. This truly was a great match for them. In the stands. "That challenger seems tough. I wonder how Wulfric will do this," one of the many spectators said coldly. "Wulfric has a secret weapon, there is not a doubt this will be an amazing battle," another voice replied. Back at the battlefield. "Beartic, go for another Ice Punch," Wulfric commanded as he put his hand out. Beartic broke into a sprint, and Callum figured that making the same move he used before would not be the best idea. Spiky Shield. Cheese. Not. Chestnut roared as he out the green energy with quills in front of him. The Beartick once more slammed into the shield. It this time did not move. In fact, the Beartick resisted the spiky shield. Wulfric saw this and smirked as his plan would go well. Use avalanche. What? Chestnut no. Callum shouted in surprise as the clouds formed above Chestnut and landed, causing Chestnut to fall to the ground, barely getting up. Beartick seemed happy and Wulfric commanded another ice punch, but with this Callum was prepared. Chestnut used rollout. Chestnut did not get up, but instead started to roll around the icy field and met up with Beartick's ice punch. This time the polar bear got sent to the ground. Wulfric seemed surprised, but he did not back down. Get up and use counter. Bear tccc. Callum smirked as he saw his opening. Use wood hammer on the ice. Chestnut slammed his green log into the ground, making a barrage of ice appear from the ground and charge after Beartick like a stone edge. The ice hit the Beartick and there was a decently sized explosion in which Beartick barely stood up, and then Callum went for the finisher. Now Chestnut used pin missile. Cheese. Not shot his white missiles into the air and all of them landed on Beartick, instantly causing an explosion in which Beartick was found lying unconscious. The ref was not late to make the call either. Beartick is unable to battle. The winner is Chestnut. Alright Chestnut. Callum shouted as he pumped his fist into the air. Wulfric had a smirk of impression as he materialized his Beartick into its pokeball. You are stronger than I thought, Wulfric declared, but this Pokemon will bring you a lot of trouble. Avalugg battle stance. Avalugg. The Pokemon that came from the Pokeball cried as it touched the ground in a strong bang from the weight. Chestnut, let's keep up this momentum. Use pin missile. Callum shouted as he swung his arms to the sides. Chestnut let go of 10 missiles that headed for Avalugg, and Wulfric knew he had to stop it before things got ugly. The missiles began to fall on the Avalugg and the giant ice monster seemed to be fine with being attacked directly and tanking hits. Euro Ball. Wulfric exclaimed as he formed a fist in front of him. Avalugg began to spin at the last second and the spin was extremely strong, unlike anyone has ever seen before. The pin missile went to fall on the Avalugg, but the missiles just shook off without any effort. Callum gritted his teeth watching this as it was very hard to stop the spin. Now charge in with Euro Ball. Wulfric commanded once more. Quick, use spiky shield. Callum shouted while putting both arms in an X-like fashion in front of his face to prevent any debris. The spiky shield setup for the spinning Avalugg was meant to stop the Avalugg, which it did. Chestnut, though, was getting tired from the constant battling and Callum had to make sure Chestnut would do his best and pull through. The attacks collided and amazingly, the Avalugg stopped spinning while taking damage from the shield. Wulfric them smirked and gave a command that made Callum regret ever using spiky shield. Use Ice Fang. Avalugg made a large blue fang that went around the shield and hit Chestnut, thus making Callum's eyes widen as Chestnut fell on the floor in front of him. Cheese. Not. Chestnut said in pain as he stood up with a green aura around him. Chestnut, Callum started. Right. We are not giving up just yet. Chestnut then gave a large battle cry before flexing all the muscles in his body, making his look bigger. Wow, I am impressed, but let's see how your Pokemon takes this. Wulfric shouted. Euro Ball. Avalugg started to go straight for Chestnut, spinning like a top. Callum just stood there and Chestnut then braced himself for the impact that was coming. The attack collided and amazingly Chestnut slid back a bit before he engraved his feet in the ice to stop himself. The spinning caused a lot of damage until Avalugg lost its momentum, causing Avalugg to stop spinning. Callum then put his hands out in front of him and directed them towards the ceiling. Throw Avalugg into the air. Cheese, CGHTTTT. Chestnut grabbed Avalugg and with amazing strength started spinning the large turtle around. Wulfric stared in horror as Chestnut sent Avalugg into the sky, unable to defend against any attack. Pin missile. Avalanche. Both trainers shouted and both Pokemon sent their attacks. Chestnut sent a pin missile from his back as clouds formed above him that started to drop huge chunks of ice. The pin missile hit Avalugg in mid-air and caused an explosion, making others be shocked as the giant ice turtle hit the ground with a large thud. With Chestnut, the avalanche fell on Chestnut, causing a large explosion. Everyone stood there confused as to what had happened, but when the white smoke disappeared, one could see both Pokémon on the ground motionless. The ref looked shocked at the outcome, but gave the call immediately: both Pokémon are unable to battle, choose your next Pokémon. Both trainers pulled out their Pokeballs and stored their Pokémon in their Pokeballs with confident faces. Callum was having fun with this battle, but Wulfric felt accomplished with this battle. The fact that someone could take out 2 of his Pokémon with only one made him extremely pumped. "My last Pokémon," Wulfric declared. "Come on out. Abomasnow. Roarar." Callum stared as Abomasnow sent a large wind around the stadium which caused it to hail. Callum then went into his belt and picked up a Pokeball. A Pokémon he always wanted to use since he got his trick up his sleeve just recently. "Golade. Let's battle." Callum shouted as he threw the Pokeball. The Pokeball split up and opened to reveal a bipedal Pokémon with blade-like arms. This Pokémon then took a little damage from hail, but did not flinch. Wulfric stared at this Golade and knew something even stronger was coming. "Abomasnow, use Ice Shard," Wulfric commanded while pumping his fist. "Stop then all by using Psycho Cut," Callum commanded. The purple blades caused the shards to split into harmless little pieces that Callum needed to see. Then Callum went on the offensive: "Golade, use Close Combat." "Gol.ade." Golade shouted as Golade ran up to the Abomasnow and started punching it all over the place. Abomasnow seemed to be taking a good amount of damage as Golade retreated from the close combat. Wulfric looked very impressed by the Golade. By testing its power he saw the potential it had. Abomasnow used Wood Hammer on the ice. Wulfric commanded, pulling off the same tactic that Callum had earlier. Abomasnow shot the green log to the ground and caused a barrage of ice go be headed towards Golade. Callum saw the potential danger, but knew he could counter it. "Stone Edge!" Callum exclaimed. The rocks then interacted with the ice, making a lot of white smoke through which both Pokémon were hidden. "Now use Leaf Blade." Golade went through and slashed a large green attempt through the torso of Abomasnow, shocking Wulfric from the amount of power that Golade could express. When the smoke cleared, Abomasnow was on its knees, barely able to battle. Wulfric knew he needed to play his trump card, so Wulfric grabbed his collar and opened it, attracting many gasps from the audience in amazement. Callum's eyes went to the contents of the collar, revealing a keystone. Abomasnow. Mega Evolve. Abomasnow started to glow white and everyone stared in awe as the large Pokémon that stood before them had Mega Evolved. Use Wood Hammer. Abomasnow took this time to unleash an amazingly strong Wood Hammer on Golade. Golade fell back and Callum gritted his teeth. "Golade, get up, we can win this." Callum motivated. Golade effectively got up and shook of the pain. Callum then decided to unleash his secret weapon. He grabbed his jacket's sleeve and pulled it back, revealing a keystone on a watch. Golade, Mega Evolve. Golade turned white and transformed into a caped Pokémon with larger and more menacing blades. Golade put his arms out in a battle stance that made Callum confident. Stone Edge. Callum shouted as he punched the floor. Golade punched the floor and sent a barrage of rocks. Ice Shard. Wulfric shouted as Abomasnow launched extremely powerful missile-like shards towards the stone edge and successfully stopped it. Now use Ice Punch. Abomasnow charged an Ice Punch and headed it towards the Golade. Golade counter with close-range Psycho Cut. Callum retaliated while pumping a fist. Golade made his limbs glow white as he ran towards the Abomasnow and its freezing punch. The attacks collided and there was a large explosion surrounding both Pokémon. Callum then knew his Pokémon had come out on top and threw a punch into the air. Close combat. A large beating was heard in the White Sum, no one, not even the spectators, could register what was happening until the smoke cleared and on the ground was a motionless Abomasnow in its regular form. The ref took no time in making the call. Abomasnow is unable to battle, which means the win goes to Callum the challenger. At those words Callum pumped his fist and went to the field to check on his friend who had just returned to his normal form. "Great job Galade," Callum told his friend. The spectators all clapped for the challenger as they were pleased with the results and the fact that they got to see an amazing battle. Callum high-fived. Somehow, Galade and the two of them were presented by the badge by Wulfric, who came walking from his throne. "That truly was an amazing and exhilarating battle. I do see a lot of potential in you, especially in Galade, and just as much on Chestnut being able to take out two of my Pokemon like that," Wulfric stated with a chuckle as he gave Callum his badge. "Here, for your proof of victory in the Snowbell Gym, this is the Iceberg badge." "Thanks a lot," Callum replied as he put the Iceberg badge in the badge case. The badge case glistened with all 8 badges. "Galade, look at this," Callum told his friend. Galade came behind Callum. "We have all 8 badges. We are going to the Kalos League." "So you are competing at the Kalos League?" Wulfric asked Callum. Callum looked at Wulfric and said, "Yes sir." "Well then, good luck," Wulfric replied as he patted Callum's back. "The strongest trainers battle there and I know you will do great." "Thanks," Callum said as he and Galade's sweat dropped at Wulfric's attitude. En route to Snowbell City. "There he is," a person in a white dress muttered as she watched Ash walking towards Snowbell City. "I need to test him, he has the potential." The person replied. "Gardevoir. I know Gardevoir, we need to battle him, I want to battle his strongest as well," the figure replied as she dashed into another bush to prevent being seen by Ash. Glorio City. "So Shauna, what are your plans?" Serena asks her friend towards the beginning of the route to Snowbell. Serena had just asked the question since she was going to Snowbell to see Ash's gym battle. Shauna turned to Serena. The brunette just smiled at the honey blonde. "Actually, I am going to go see the others at Lumios. They are training for the league and I want to make sure that they can be top-notch for the league." Shauna exclaimed happily while the duo walked through the route and ended in a fork in the road. Serena looked at the sign and smiled at Shauna. "Well, Callum is in that direction." Serena giggled as she pointed to the left fork. Shauna blushed a little, but smirked back. "Ash is that way, better catch up to him before he does something reckless again," Shauna smiled. Serena could not help but blush a little at what was said. Serena then started walking through the left side of the fork and Serena took the right. "See you soon," Shauna shouted. "You too, Shauna," Serena exclaimed back as Serena walked into the right side of the fork. She was prepared to watch Ash win his last badge. All Ash had to do was win and that would be it. Talon. Flammy. A large squeak was heard from above, attracting attention. The majestic fire bird blended in with the clouds and sun and Serena noticed it was Callum's Talonflame. Of course it was Callum's, he loves to ride that thing. Serena though, she knew that Talonflame did not compete with Ash's Charizard. Serena smirked and kept on walking. She would expect to make it to Snowbell soon, maybe in time to see Ash battle. Chapter 17, A Battle of All Champions. Ash POV. I walk through the route. I have forests surrounding my right as well as a nice meadow on my left. The perfect place to train. I look over at my electric mouse and he smiled at me, so I made my way over to the open area. Then, I reach to my belt and take out 2 Pokeballs. I swing my hand around as I let go of the Pokeball and out comes my Soundwave Dragon and my Fire Dragon. Grow! Charizard roars at me. Vern. Noivern looks at me. I look at the 2 Pokemon and smirk. Noivern, you have gotten a lot stronger, but I want to work on your endurance. Ever since you evolved you could hit hard, but not take as much. That is why in every head-on collision we had, you always lose or tie. Vern. Noivern nodded in understanding. Now, I don't know when the next time we battle Remo will be, but I am sure going to want you 2 to be my leaders for that battle, I declare with a smile. The two Pokemon look at me confidently as I command them both to get airborne. Charizard flies and makes its way near me and I have Noivern face him. Alright you two, Noivern use Sky Attack and Charizard use Flare Blitz. Noi.Varen. Noivern enveloped himself in a gold mystical aura. Then Noivern flew for Charizard. Roar. Likewise, Charizard enveloped himself in a blue fiery aura and charged Noivern. The gap between both Pokemon closed and I saw a large explosion that looked like anyone could have won. I was so confused as to who was able to take the worst of the attack, but judging from the way the explosion occurred I knew that Noivern had the worst of it. When the smoke clears I see both Pokemon suspended in mid-air and then Noivern fell from the sky and hit the ground with a loud thud. I run over to check on Noivern. Are you alright Noivern? Charizard lands next to me and also talks with the fellow the dragon. The Soundwave Pokemon stands up and shakes his head as to shake off the pain. Then he let out a large battle cry that left my ears piercing and I smirked. I guess you are, that collision sure was something. Grow. Noivern. Alright, Noivern, you tolerated it that time decently, so I am going to bump up the difficulty with Tough Claws. I want to try the same thing again with you too, only that this time, I touch my Keystone and my Charizard Mega evolves into a Mega Charizard X, knowing that having a boosted attack and the Touch Claws ability will make it extremely powerful. Okay, now try it. The two Pokemon headed for the skies and I watched them get prepared. Where is Pikachu? I look behind me and see that Pikachu had his ears perked up for some reason. Why? He must have seen some wild Pokemon or something. Boom. My attention is then returned to right in front of me where I see Noivern and Charizard collide once more. The explosion was larger this time, but in the end it was more blue instead of gold, so I instantly worried for Noivern. When the smoke cleared I saw how Noivern fell to the ground in a large thud once more. In reflex me, Pikachu and Charizard went to check on Noivern. Are you alright buddy? Pika. Grow. Noivern. Noivern grunted while catching his breath. I had pushed Noivern to the limit, but at least he knows how strong attacks can come at him like. I looked into my backpack and grabbed a potion and started spraying it on Noivern. I look at the Soundwave Dragon reassuringly and smile. You were awesome Noivern, you are getting a lot more durable. I am surprised you even stayed conscious after that brutal collision you just had. I look over at Charizard and he nodded at me as he went from black and blue, back to bright orange. When I was done spraying Noivern I returned my dragons into their Pokeballs and turned to Pikachu. Let's keep going. Pika. Pikachu agrees with me as we started walking out of the open field and back to the dirt road. Why hello there fellow trainer, a new voice interacts with my ears and I turn to follow it. Then I see a woman staring at me. She had a white dress that seemed like a pair of wings behind it. She had short gray hair and a pale skin. I could have sworn I knew who she was. Not only that, I notice she has a keystone as a necklace and next to her stands a majestic Gardevoir with a mega stone on her neck. I want to battle your power. I saw you training just now and I saw you had some powerful Pokemon. One being a mega evolving Charizard, I also heard you had a Sceptile. The woman then smirked along with her Gardevoir and looked at me with determination. Want to battle? Oh, excuse me, how rude of me, my name is Diantha. I really see a strong challenge in you. Diantha. That name. It clicks in me, no doubt that standing right in front of me is the Kalos champion. The one who just challenged me to a battle is the best in this land and she gave me the opportunity. I smile and speak up, my name is Ash Ketchum, nice to meet you. And I accept your challenge. Then I will be battling with my one and only Gardevoir. Diantha tells me with a smile as Gardevoir moves in front of Diantha in a relaxed and ready position. The one that indicated that she would give everything she had to me. I instantly get pumped at the challenge and reach for my belt. I feel the Pokeballs as I go through them. Charizard. Sceptile. Noivern. Goodra. Ah. Here it is. I grab the last Pokeball and smirk. Frogadier. I choose you. Froga. Frogadier shouts in front of me. Pikachu gets off my shoulder and goes to the sides to watch the battle. Pikachu is curious as to why I would choose Frogadier of all Pokemon as he seemed the least ready. Pikachu looks at me with that confused expression. Diantha also seems surprised. Frogadier. You are going to battle with a pre-evolved form? I was expecting something, more menacing. Diantha stated her concern as I looked back at her with a smirk. Do you think Pikachu is menacing? I ask her. You may have the first move, Diantha tells me politely as she drops the last conversation. I look over at the aquatic frog and nod. Frogadier feels pumped, and just like I promised him we would win, I am giving his this battle. Battle music begin. Ash, Frogadier, versus Diantha, Gardevoir. Thanks, I say with a smile that instantly turns into a smirk of battle. I put my arm out and direct an attack. Use continuous water pulses. Frogadier nods and does exactly that. He charges 2 spheres of energy in his hands and blasts them towards the opposing Gardevoir. What happened next completely surprised me. Gardevoir and Diantha looked at each other and nodded. As the water pulses were about to make contact, Gardevoir instantly got out of the way, leaving me completely speechless as the ball of water kept going and exploded out of harm's way. Keep going, go in with cut. I shout, watching Frogadier make white kunais out of thin air and sprinting towards Gardevoir. Again, just as Frogadier is about to hit, Gardevoir gets out of the way. I have to think of something. Shadow Ball. I hear Diantha shout with a hand extended, palm down. I see Gardevoir charging up a Shadow Ball, and I have to admit it was large. Not only that, but when the sphere was launched I saw the speed at which it moved, extremely fast, too fast to dodge. Quick counter with water pulse. I command. Frogadier makes 2 water pulses and charges them at the Shadow Ball. When the 2 blue spheres connect with the purple and electric one, there is a small explosion with enough smoke for my plan. I go for my counter attack. Now use double team. Froga. 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 Frogadier shouts as he splits into many forms. These many forms are concealed in the smoke and Gardevoir cannot get a glimpse of them. Diantha also looks concerned as to where the Frogadiers are coming from. Finally, I make my command, Aerial Ace. Frogadier and his copies jump out towards the Gardevoir, who is standing there immobile. Frogadier's limbs were glowing white as all the copies went through the smoke. Diantha smirked and simply stated, checkmate. Gardevoir used Moonblast on all of them. Gardevoir. Gardevoir shouted as she used her psychic powers to levitate into the air. She then aimed at all the copies of Frogadier and launched a large colorful blast down at the Frogadiers with a lot of power, causing a large explosion. I was surprised to see such a powerful move, but I had something else planned. I throw my fist out in the air and shout, now Frogadier. Froga.deer. Frogadier appears behind Gardevoir like a ninja, and when he is about to hit, I see my point of view change. In front of me, I see my fist glowing as an aerial ace as I am about to punch Gardevoir. With the surprise, the hit connects and Gardevoir gets launched to the ground. My point of view shifts back and I look at my hands in shock. What was that? I look over at Diantha, who looks at me wide-eyed. I am guessing it is because I just hit her Gardevoir, but I guess I could call it unpredictability. Diantha POV. He hit me, how? Elite 4 members like Winkstorm can't last 2 seconds with me in battle with Mega Evolved Pokemon. Yet this young man can actually inflict damage on Gardevoir with a pre-evolution. Is this Ash Ketchum the one that can bring peace like Olympia said? Ash POV. Frogadier, use cut. I shout as I see Frogadier make his kunais and charge Diantha. Diantha again nods and her Gardevoir avoids the attack, which gives me an idea. Frogadier use double team once more. Froga. 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 The copies all go around Gardevoir and I smirk as I pump my fist. Now use your frubbles on Gardevoir's legs. Frogadier then grabs some frubbles and shoots them at the feet of Gardevoir, further stressing out Diantha. Now go for a water pulse. Frogadier shoots a water pulse and Gardevoir seems stuck. Try and dodge Gardevoir. Diantha shouts with a hint of panic in her voice. Gardevoir though, is immobile and stuck in the sticky substance. OMG, if you guys are this dirty-minded about Pokemon, especially Gardevoir. You know what, I am not going to say anything else. The water pulse collides in a medium-sized explosion that leaves Gardevoir on the ground barely able to move. I see Frogadier ready to finish things and I shout, go and use cut. Froga. Frogadier charges with his white kunais. Again, I saw it, the blue glistening in the kunais. Frogadier quickly was closing the gap, but what happened next made things harder. Diantha grabbed the keystone in her necklace and soon flashing prongs started to come out of both the keystone and megastone as they connected and caused Gardevoir to glow completely white, grow larger features, don't you dare again, and a longer skirt. Gardevoir, Mega Evolve. Diantha shouted with excitement. Diantha then put her hands in front of herself in an X fashion. Gardevoir use Protect. Guard.voir. Gardevoir set up a shield in front of her that stopped Frogadier. Frogadier suddenly got overwhelmed and recoiled back. Now Gardevoir use Moonblast. Diantha shouted. I recoiled a little and pumped my fists. Water Pulse. Gardevoir charged up the colorful beam and Frogadier at the same time his water sphere. I watched in awe at how Frogadier made his water pulse larger than I have ever seen before. At the same time, both attacks crossed each other and caused two large explosions, one being in front of me and one in front of Diantha. The blast made my scarf wave as the smoke cleared. When the smoke cleared I felt a searing pain course through my body as I fell to my knees along with Frogadier. Gardevoir was on her knees, but managed to stay up. The battle was over. I may have only been hit once, but I still lost. I was still suffering in pain and I could feel the moonblast coursing through my blood vessels like fire burning through my flesh. I felt defeated and weak at the same time. I had my eyes shadowed with arms over my chest trying to endure the pain that came from the moonblast. A moonblast that oddly enough, did not touch me. Diantha watched me in physical pain and grew surprised, so she ran over to me and helped me up. Thanks, I tell her in an appreciative tone. No problem, let's check on Frogadier, Diantha told me as she helped me walk to my frog. Gardevoir returned to her normal form and was helping Frogadier up. I felt good that I put up quite a battle against the champion, but I still felt horrible at the same time. Something about losing with Frogadier made me feel terrible. I need to find this answer and soon. Frogadier, are you okay? I ask Frogadier as we reach him. Pikachu. Pikachu asks Frogadier. Froga. Frogadier looks down in frustration. I could not help but feel the same way. Frogadier, take a good rest, I tell my Pokemon as I take out a Pokeball and materialize him to red energy. Then the ball closes and stays shut. I would need to use a Pokemon Center to help Frogadier recover. Diantha's voice then breaks me from my thoughts. Hey Ash. I look at her and she has her hand stretched out. I had fun, you actually put up a challenge. I shook her hand and smiled, thanks, but next time we battle, things will be different. Pika Pika. Alright then, Diantha told me with a smile. She then turned to her Gardevoir and with one final goodbye both trainer and Pokemon glowed white and teleported to another part of the region I don't know where. With Diantha speaking to the Elite Four members at the Pokemon League. How strong is he? Malva asks as she reclines in her seat. The fire trainer was with her Mega Evolving Houndoom. I am also very concerned about how your battle went, Winkstorm implies as Seabold nods his head at Winkstorm in accordance. The Mega Scizor and Mega Blastoise trainers are intrigued with Ash and curious about his power. I see a bright spirit in that boy, Drampa states while smiling an elderly smile in her chair. Diantha stood up and was about to leave the room. She then looks back at the relaxing Elite Four members and simply stated, "He is stronger than I thought." "How so?" Siebold asks while pinning his head. Diantha looks back and simply says, "He actually hit me more than I hit him. He got a good 4 hits off on Gardevoir while I only got 1, and the only reason why I won was because his Pokemon was a Frogadier and not able to take one head on Moonblast from a Mega Gardevoir." Diantha then left the room, leaving the other Elite Four members with a surprised look in their face. Not even the Elite Four members could put up that well of a battle against the champion Diantha. With Ash traveling to Snowbell City. "Pikachu, there is a Pokemon Center," Ash shouted as he ran into the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon Center was filled with people sitting around on the couches. Ash decided that he had to heal up his Pokemon, so he walked up to Nurse Joy. "Hello Nurse Joy, can you heal my Pokemon?" Nurse Joy smiled at Ash and got out a stretcher. "I will have them ready for you in a bit." Nurse Joy then took the Pokeballs and Pikachu in the stretcher, and Ash turned around to walk to a table with food when a voice broke his thoughts. Ash, a tan teenager that seemed older than Ash with an orange and green jacket, asked the raven-haired trainer. Ash turned around only to be surprised at who asked the question. "Ash, is that you?" "Brock, it has been a long time." Ash shouted as he shook Brock's hand. Brock smiled and asked Ash, "So Ash, why have you not been in Kanto for the last couple of years?" Ash heard this and his posture slumped. When Brock noticed Ash's posture, he instantly corrected himself. "Don't worry about it, I am actually headed to Snowbell right now. I was going to want to see how Wulfric uses his ice types to battle. His Abomasnow appeals to me because of its big size, so I wanted to see how he uses it to deal with smaller opponents so I can be stronger with my Steelix." "Really, I am headed to Snowbell City as well. Why don't we go together?" Ash asked his friend. Brock put a smile in his face. "Sure, but what do you need to do with Wulfric?" Brock asked with curiosity. He did not even know how Ash even ended up in Kalos to begin with. Ash pumped his fist. "What do you think?" "Earn my last badge." "You are a Pokemon trainer now?" "Let me guess, Pokemon Master?" Brock asked with a smirk. Ash nodded. "Well then you are going to need to show me your Pokemon. I want to see how strong they are." "Sure, we can totally show each other our Pokemon, I just have to wait until they are all rested up," Ash explained. Brock then gave a knowing look and smiled. "Then in the meantime let's get something to eat." At that exact moment, Ash's stomach growled, making Brock chuckle. "Yeah. Let's get some food," Ash said sheepishly. "So Ash, what is your team?" Brock asked Ash. The duo was on the practice battlefield of the Pokemon Center. Brock had shown off his Steelix and Swampert, Pokemon that Ash found fascinating. Other than Pikachu on his shoulder, Brock knew of no other Pokemon Ash had caught. "Alright, here they are," Ash exclaimed as he grabbed the 5 Pokeballs in his belt. He then threw the Pokeballs up into the air and they flashed a white light that reached the ground. The white light then morphed into the shape of all of Ash's Pokemon. When the coloring of the Pokemon came, Ash introduced them. "Hey guys, this is Brock, I knew him back when I lived in Kanto. Tile Septile. Gru. Goo Goo Gudra. Noivern Vern. Froga." Brock stood there amazed at Ash's roster. "Ash, you truly have some amazing Pokemon. They are all well trained by the looks of it." Ash just sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Oh, thank you, Brock." "Pika Pika." Pikachu exclaimed while mimicking Ash's movements. Brock found amazing how the pair was so alike and strong. No only that, the fact that the Pokemon were all very fast and capable really surprised Brock. "Shall we get going to Snowbell?" Brock asked Ash. "Yeah." Ash exclaimed as he threw a fist into the sky. 8 badge, here we come." Ash returned his Pokemon to his Pokeball and then the duo began to go to the dirt road that was the route to Snowbell City. Little did they know, they would run into travel ahead. Chapter 18, Team Flare Conflicts. Disclaimer, the first part of the chapter includes major violence and could throughout. You have been warned. With Serena. Poplio use water gun. Serena shouted. Poplio shot a beam of water straight from her mouth in order to take down a large opponent that was in Serena's way. Girl, your little water seal is no match for my sock, a man in orange shouted. Team Flare shall take that little runt from you. Never. Serena shouted at the Team Flare grunt, taunting her. I know that I can do this with the help of my Pokemon. You won't take Poplio away from me. Pop Plio. The man sighed and looked at Serena dead on in the eyes. That Poplio knows a Z move, something that interests my boss, so hand it over. Never. Sock use close combat. Poplio. Serena shouted with terror as the bipedal, blue, muscular Pokemon approached Poplio. Serena knew Poplio would not take it, so she jumped into the attack instead. Serena put Poplio and hugged the small Pokemon in her chest as she received punches and kicks to her back. Ugh! Serena shouted with pain. The pain was like needles penetrating her skin at supersonic speeds. Blood started staining the back of Serena's top as the punches kept causing damage to her skin. Poplio. Poplio shouted at Serena in terror, watching her trainer become hit by the Pokemon and wincing in pain. Poplio saw her trainer's heroic actions and shouted, P-O-P-P-L-O-O. Suddenly, Serena got enveloped in a white light. A light that was coming from Poplio as she looked completely crystal in her color. Then, Poplio began to grow in shape and developed more features that seemed to make her more elegant. Finally, the new Pokemon stopped glowing and used a strong hydro pump that hit Sock and knocked him up against a tree along with the Team Flare grunt as soon as Serena was out of the way. Serena looked at the newly evolved Pokemon. It had a dress-like appearance in the torso and still maintained the blue color. There was some white antennae on top of her head and it was ferocious. Bironani, the Pokemon known as Bryon, shouted. Bryon? Serena asked in awe as she saw the elegant water type. Bryon turned around and smiled. Bryon. Serena then found herself moving, not like normal though. She was making wave-like motions with her hands as if she was being infected with a teeter dance. Suddenly, Serena exclaimed something she did before, special Z move. Serena then stared down her nearly defeated opponent with fire in her eyes. Hydro Vortex. Bree.on-ee. Bryon shouted as she made a giant water vortex towards the Sock and the grunt. The grunt could not dodge or get out of way, so he had the only choice of enduring the hit. Finally, the revolving water engulfed the man and his Pokemon, sending them into the sky. Serena fell to her knees since her back hurt so much, but Bryon smiled and walked over to her. Bryon then made her fin glow white and pressed it upon Serena's back. Heal pulse. Serena muttered. Bryon looked back at Serena and smiled. Bryon. Thanks Bryon. Serena smiled as her pain eased off and the blood stains slowly disappeared. A few hours later, still advancing in the route, Ash and Brock had found a place to relax and take a break from the traveling. Brock prepared some of his best food, and as soon as Ash tasted it, he got déjà vu from when they last saw each other. Brock, your food is as good as ever. Brock smiled at the raven-haired trainer and said, You're welcome. I have been improving my cooking since we last saw each other in Kanto. To this Ash smiled. Ash saw Brock as an older brother to him, as Brock was there in Kanto with Ash since they were little. I still remember the day that I got my first Pokemon. Yeah, I remember when I first met Pikachu as well. He officially became my Pokemon just before I set off on my journey here in Kalos. Ash replied while scratching Pikachu behind the ears. Pikachu cooed to this happily, Kaia. Ash and Brock smiled at each other as they decided to take the road once again. As they walked, the sun began to tint red across the land, making Ash seem skeptical. Brock, why is everything a little red? Brock looked and noticed what Ash was talking about and grew worried as well. Brock took out a Pokeball and said, Swampert, I need you out here. The Pokeball flashed white and out came the large Hoenn starter in all fours. Swamp. Ash noticed this and took out 2 Pokeballs. He figured making himself stealthy was a good choice, but at the same time using a powerhouse would be beneficial. Frogadier, Goodra U2. DRA. Froga. The Pokemon and their trainers were alert as they walked through the dark area. Ash looked around, noticing not much of the ordinary. The dirt road was being covered by forest on both sides, and it did not look like the clearing was dangerous. That is when Ash saw him again, the big fat man with red glasses and an orange suit along with men dressed in orange. He was there experimenting on the same green blob that Ash and Callum had saved days prior. The Zygarde core was in a glass cage and Xerosic had some machines hooked up to the cage. Had they actually gotten to it this fast? Ash thought as he signaled for everyone to hide behind a tree. Goodra though, he was large and got spotted. The man known as Xerosic turned around and noticed Goodra. Silently, he took out a Pokeball that contained a large squid. Malamar, it cried, and Ash recoiled as he once had an encounter with this monstrosity before. Battle music begin. Xerosic then smirked at the badly hidden intruders as he raised his hand to command his Pokemon to attack. The Malamar understood and fired a dark pulse right at the tree, something that Goodra noticed really quickly. Without command, Goodra enveloped himself in lightning and fired off the crackling bolt against the dark pulse, closing the gap between both moves. When the moves collided, a bunch of smoke covered the area, which gave Ash his chance. Frogadier quick use double team. Froga. Frogadier split into many copies of itself as it jumped out from behind the tree. Ash, Pikachu, Brock, and Swampert followed the same action. Great, Pikachu use quick attack right through the copies before the smoke fades. Ash exclaimed while pumping his fist. Pikachu ran into the smoke that was clearing as it was portrayed to be a lot of copies of Frogadier. Pikachu then slammed into the Malamar, completely causing the squid to recoil and fall back. Xerosic was surprised, but he did not give up. With a snap of a finger, 3 grunts surrounded our heroes. They all had Houndoom, which is something Ash knew he would need help with. Houndoom use flamethrower, the 3 grunts shouted in unison. The flame streams destroyed all the copies of Frogadier and threatened to engulf our heroes. Hydro pump. Brock shouted. Swampert. Swampert shot a jet of water through his mouth that interacted with good strength on the flamethrowers. The explosion caused a lot of steam, so Ash took the opportunity to make his move. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Goodra used Thunder. Frogadier Water Pulse. Ash shouted while pumping his fist out against the grunts. The 3 attacks went into the smoke with great power towards the grunts. The attacks collided and caused a large explosion, making Ash and Brock look at each other with smiles, thinking they had won. But they were wrong. Malamar used Dark Pulse. Xerosic shouted. Houndoom Fire Blast. Ash and Brock went wide-eyed. No ones could dodge, there had to be another way. And there was. Ash then put out a fist and exclaimed, Goodra use Bide. Goodra put himself in the way of the large jet of 3 combined flames and the 1 spirally dark beam, and had a blood-red aura start to surround him. Ash then went to Frogadier and asked for something very essential. Frogadier save the core. Be careful when you do it though. Frogadier looked at Ash and nodded his response, Froga, dear Frogadier. Frogadier then jumped into the trees in order to get the Zygarde out of his cage. Ash then noticed he needed to get rid of the machinery, so he signaled to Brock the machines. Pikachu use Iron Tail on the machine. Brock then signaled for his Swampert, use Stone Edge on the machine. The bolt of electricity and the barrage of rocks starting going towards the machine, and when they reached the machine exploded into a million pieces. When Xerosic looked back at the damage, he looked back at our heroes with a face that can kill. Meanwhile, Frogadier used Cut on the cage and cleanly freed the Zygarde core from its prison. The green core then ran towards the wild and instantly disappeared into thin air. Pikachu, Frogadier and Swampert now stood next to me and Brock, watching Goodra battle the grunts. Then, the Fire Blast and Dark Pulse stopped and Goodra had a strong dark red aura surrounding him. Something Ash knew he had to get rid of. Gudra, let them have it. Ash shouted while punching the air in front of him. Gudra aimed at the grunts and shouted, "G-O-D-D-D-D-R-A." A large white beam that could possibly power through any hyper beam went directly to the grunts and the Houndoom and caused a huge explosion that made Brock cover his face, but Ash not flinch as his scarf waved in the blast. When the smoke cleared, not much was left but grunts with ripped clothes recalling their defeated Houndoom and running off. Zerozic then smirked, "Confuse Ray." The Malamar shot a beam that was headed right for Gudra, but before Gudra could even be touched, Frogadier jumped in the way of the Confuse Ray and started getting confused. Ash POV. I saw Frogadier jump in and start to suffer from the beam of energy, but then I started feeling lightheaded and off balance. My vision grew blurry and I started to sink to my knees. I then tried to look around and I saw that everything around me was spinning. What was going on? Pikachu. Ash. Frogadier. Swampert. Gudra. Those voices. I know them. Who are they? Suddenly something snapped in my head making me arch back, and after that, I saw the blurry ground approach my face and my vision instantly went black. Brock POV. Ash. Frogadier. I shout with no avail. I quickly look at the two unconscious figures and then turn back to the man. Rage filling through me, I command Swampert to attack. Swampert, use hydro pump now. Swamp.rrtttttt. Swampert shouts as he shoots out a giant torrent of water headed for the Malamar and the large man. I look over to the side and Drea. Gudra launches a thunder that combined with Swampert's stream of water that collided with the Malamar and caused a huge explosion. When I look over the smoke that cleared, I see the Malamar and man smirking at the Pokemon completely untouched. How? I look over at Pikachu with shock as I see the yellow rodent looking like he has had it with the man. Pika 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 pika. Pikachu started to glow in electricity and I stood back, as did the man and his Malamar. Gudra also started taking small steps back in surprise as to what was happening. Suddenly, I feel it, a drop of water fall from forming clouds in the sky. Pika 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 pika, the hair around my body stands up as lightning starts striking around us. The man got hit with lightning and the Malamar got completely frozen in place due to paralysis from the lightning. Pika 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 pika. I see the man quickly take something out of his pocket as Pikachu jumps into the air completely in an aura of electricity, which made me get down near Ash to make sure that I could not be in harm's way. Swampert and Gudra also follow me to where Ash and Frogadier lie. The man that struck the ground with some sort of smoke grenade, causing a lot of smoke. Pika. Choo. Pikachu engraved his fist onto the ground, and through the thunderstorm I saw a barrage of electric rocks storming out of the ground in front of Pikachu, rushing straight into the smoke. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion that sent an ear-ringing blast through my ears and caused me to get pushed back a couple feet. I could barely hear anything as I looked at the giant yellow ball of explosion that came from the explosion area dissipate. I could have sworn that was the biggest electric move I have ever seen. When the smoke cleared, there was no sign of the man and his Malamar. DMNIT. They got away. The clouds and lightning slowly fade away and I look back at the Pokemon and Ash. Gudra, carry Ash while I carry Frogadier. We have to take him to a Pokemon Center quick. Dra. Gudra announced with pride as he grabbed the raven-haired trainer from the ground. I then grabbed the bipedal water frog and put him on my arms. Pikachu climbs on Gudra's shoulder as we walk to the Pokemon Center. It should not be far at this rate. With Serena. Brian, after the Kalos League is over, should I go to Alola and travel there? Serena asked her newly evolved Pokemon. The siren turned to Serena and smiled. Brian. Serena smiled back. Maybe she would go to Alola and see what other Pokemon she could catch to aid her in performing. Serena then came across a clearing that caught her attention. Closely inspecting the grass, Serena found what looked like battle markings left from a previous battle, and one of them included some water. A water-type move. Serena then looked at Bryan and asked her, "Can you tell me what Pokemon that water can come from?" Bryan looks at the moisture in the grass and feels it with her fin. After that, she goes to Serena and grabs her Pokédex. Something Serena did not mind, since she wanted to know why she felt like someone she knew battled here. Then Serena looked at the Pokemon Bryan had brought up in the Pokédex. Frogadier. Frogadier. Could it be? Serena asked herself. She then looked at Bryan and said, "Thanks, Bryan." Bryan smiled while adorably standing in her back fins to make herself seem proud. Serena admired that about Bryan's personality. Ash POV. Where am I? I ask as I look around me and see myself in some sort of giant stadium. Suddenly, I see a bunch of people cheering for something. I look in front of me and see a bipedal Pokemon crossing his arms. He has a blue coloring and resembles a larger Frogadier, only that it has a stronger build, more like a ninja. The Pokemon has a large shuriken on his back, something that I had never seen in a Pokemon before. Along with the fins that resemble me, to even the red fin on the top of his head that resembled my hat. Finally, he had a large tongue that was blue. Like my scarf. What is this? He turns to look at me and I see some strong, determined dark red eyes. Ninja. It yells at me. A ninja? No way, I guessed correctly. My opponent then makes a move. I look closer and see my opponent is none other than Callum. He has Gallade, but this Gallade is a lot bigger than usual. He has a cape and a pair of strong blades along with a white coloring. Gallade use Leaf Blade. The Gallade charged the Pokemon in front of me with green blades that seem to go around the enhanced discs for arms. Without consent, my body moves and I out my fist in front of me. Aqua Blade. Aqua Blade. A new move. Then I see through the eyes of whatever this bipedal Pokemon is, as I see a blue Kunai like the one Frogadier has, but the same shade of dark watery blue that I sometimes see. Just as my blades were about to collide with Callum's green ones, my vision became white and the sound of cheers began replaced with "Ash, wake up! Pikachu!" The Pokemon Center room, no one's POV. Huh? Ash's eyes shot open. Where is Frogadier? Brock looked perplexed and pointed next to Ash to the bed next to him. He is right there. Ash looked to the bed on his right, which Brock pointed at, and then sighed in relief and looked down. What is going on? Ash thought to himself. Ash then looked at Frogadier, who was lying asleep with his chest rising and falling slightly from the breathing. Ash then looked at Pikachu and Gudra, who were in the room, and smiled. "Sorry for making you guys worry." Gudra lowered his head to his trainer and hugged him. Gudra. Gudra was very kind for being an intimidating Pokemon, which is something Ash liked. Pikachu also embraced his trainer with love. Pika. Ash then petted Pikachu's tail and Pikachu cooed with pleasure. Kaya. I have to thank Serena for teaching me that spot, Ash said with a smile while looking down at the electric rodent. The name Serena caught Brock's attention though. Ash, is Serena the same Serena from the master class that almost beat the Kalos queen? Ash looked at Brock and nodded. She was amazing, I was sure she could have won. I also feel like she must have had the best master class. I watched it on television and she really reminded me of you, Ash. No wonder she had it well, especially when you got her past the first round. At that last statement, Ash looked down with guilt. Brock, her masterclass was a nightmare. Well, it was until after. Brock looked at Ash surprised and Ash continued, be confidential about this, but she had to deal with performing with a nearly broken arm, and let's not mention that well, let's say she had to perform with a broken heart throughout the first part. The second part though she was more confident, but crippled. Brock looked down with sadness, understanding how the Tripocolon was actually hell for Serena, something not many could see just by watching the television or being in the stands. It's okay, Ash, I am sure that Serena girl is proud of herself for making it that far. Ash then smiled, I am too. but I also wished she would have won. Little did Ash know, Serena did win. With Callum in Lumio City. The battlefield was large and on it were 6 Pokemon. Alright guys, this is it. We gotta get training so that we can have an amazing Pokemon League performance. Galade. Chestnut Knot. Manectric. Talon Talonflame. Salamence. Toxicroak. Callum smiled at his roster. We will work our hardest and do our best. Who is with me? All the Pokemon give out a battle cry, undisclosed location. All I know is the song is Nightcore, Phoenix. Here he is sir, a very fat man said as he left the room. His Malamar was behind a man, both with glowing eyes. It was something as if the raven-haired man that was in front of the large tentacled Pokemon seemed brainwashed and under the control of the red-haired man that was standing across from him. Malamar, release him, the larger man said as his Malamar made the eyes of himself and the man stopped glowing. At this the man fell to the ground while panting and both the fat man and the Malamar left the room leaving the raven-haired man in a red attire to be in front of the red-haired man with a black suit and a Pyroar next to him. Thank you Jurassic, the red-haired man said as the person in front of him stood up with an exhausted look. The red-haired man then smirks as he speaks up to the person. So, Red, your son has gotten stronger, the man with red hair that was petting a Pyroar said in an evil tone. The man with raven hair looked up into the person that just talked to's eyes. He is really something, being able to defeat my weakest Pokemon truly was an achievement for him, the raven-haired man replied sarcastically before turning his attention up and had a venomous voice. Why did you force me against him? Against my family. Because it would be nice to allow you to spectate as you do my plans for me. Also, Red, why is it that you did not go so hard on your son? Do you want me to force you to use your strongest? The man with the Pyroar asked with a smirk. The raven-haired man that was called Red looked up and tensed his muscles, Lysandra. My name is Ashura, Red is dead, ever since Charizard. Whatever. I don't need you taking advantage of my loss to then make me your pawn. Ashura looked at the ground with a conflicted tone. It was mostly because of the mention of his former name that was setting fire through him. The man known as Lysandra looked at Ashura with fire in his eyes. You almost killed your son, shouldn't that help you alleviate your loss? Ashura's eyes widened as a huge emotion passed through him remembering what Ash yelled at him in their latest encounter. Ashura then punched the wall with regret and anger while whispering to himself, why did you make me do it? Use brain control to make me turn on my family. My wife, my own son. I am through with you. Lysandra looked at Ashura with an angry face. Lysandra had wanted Ash dead for years now and the fact that Ashura could not do it for him anymore disgusted Lysandra. Then what are you of use to me? Lysandra then stepped beside his Pyroar. The fire feline looked at Ashura while growling next to his trainer. You are a big tie to me that's dragging me down, strike a match and I will burn you to the ground. Lysandra said with anger. Lysandra then put his arm out. Flamethrower. Burn him to the ground. Ruruarer. Pyroar shouted as he emitted his flame beam from his mouth. Ashura saw the flames get closer and he knew he had to act. With a swift motion he went to his belt and found the Pokeball to the Pokemon he would need to use for this situation. Then Ashura threw out his Pokeball and screamed, Aegislash use King's Shield. Aegislash came out of the Pokeball with a flashing light in its shield form. Aegislash then put out a hexagonal shield in front of itself and the flames hit the shield and dissipated harmlessly off. When the Pyroar stopped his attack, Aegislash let its shield go down and went back to its trainer's side. Was not expecting less from a Pokemon Master and one of his strongest Pokemon, Lysandra smirked while crossing his arms. Hee-I. I'm back. Doesn't it feel like our time is running out? I'm gonna change you like a remix, then I will raise you, like a phoenix. Ashura then ran towards the door. Aegislash, we have to go. Geeslash. Aegislash replied. Don't let him escape. Lysandra shouted into an intercom with urgency that echoed throughout the hallways. Lyssandra's voice had a large sense of irritation on it since he had no hope that anyone would even be able to defeat Ashura at all. So we can take the world back from a heart attack, one maniac at a time. I will take it back, Ashura whispered to himself. Meanwhile Ashura and his Aegislash were trying to exit the location they were in while at the same time defeating opponents crossing the Pokemon Master. RRR.GH. Let's go. Ashura shouted as he ran. Aegis.slash. AN, last time was very intense, but this chapter will be more in the side of being calmer, except for what you just read I am guessing. In case you were wondering what side Ashura is in, well he was brainwashed the whole time and now he is free. Also, the fact that Darkrai is his weakest and that Aegislash was able to maintain a King's Shield for a flamethrower of a Pyroar of a supervillain tells us that Ash has not experienced much of Ashura's true power in battle, but I have a feeling Ash will soon. When that time comes, I believe Ashura will show his most powerful. Also, I wanted to take this time to give some insight in the league and also, introduce something being teased a lot by me, smiley face. I want to inform you guys that the next couple of chapters, especially the one after next will be an extremely emotional chapter and I can tell you it involves Amourshipping. You guys can guess what may happen in that chapter, but you are only around 20% right, I have hinted parts of that chapter before. The real surprise in that episode is how things will occur in differentiation to the anime. Being honest, that is how I would have written that episode. Enjoy. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokemon. Chapter 19, The Legend of the Ninjas. League Training. Coumarine City. Battle music on. EV use Hyper Beam, a trainer shouted. EVEE. EV shouted while charging up the dark abyss beam from his mouth. The EV then shouted the beam straight at a Victreebel that was attempting to use poison gas. When the beam collided there was a large explosion that shook the battlefield. Victreebel. Ramos the gym leader shouted. Victreebel was on the ground with swirly eyes after that explosion, which was an easy call for the ref. Victreebel is unable to battle. EV wins, which means that Hunter Challenger wins. Alright. EV. EV shouts as he runs up to his trainer's open arms. This truly was a win that they would be proud of. Hunter, that battle was absolutely amazing. Ramos congratulated his opponent before handing over a badge. After noticing a complete badge case, Ramos spoke up, that is 8 badges, what is on your mind now? Hunter looked at Ramos confidently. The Kalos League. Wouldn't have expected less from a person that got top 4 in the Indigo League. Ramos replied while shaking Hunter's hand. Hunter thought back to his performance in the league. Yeah, I remembered that semi-final match. Some hooded guy had a Darkrai that swept the entire league, but when he got to me, I used my EV to take out his Darkrai, but he also had an Aegislash that dropped the rest of my team. Rumor says that this man swept Lance, the champion of Kanto, with just a Dragonite, but after that, he disappeared. Hunter looked down in disappointment, but then looked back up with a smile. I have confidence in myself this time. I have my battle style and spirit to keep me going. Ramos smiled and accepted the battle. He knew this trainer was strong, but will he have what it takes to win? There are some other trainers Ramos saw interesting, Callum in particular, but then there was Ash. Ash and Callum were very popular and recently, Ash became noticed. This was going to be a good league for sure in his book. With Trevor, Tierno, Shauna, and Callum. How ready are you guys? Shauna asked the groups as they walked around Lumio City. The day was beautiful and people were walking up and down the streets ready for the league, which would start soon. Shauna had just asked that question out of the blue, and the fact that the 3 trainers were stuffing their faces with ice cream made them almost choke. Of course we are ready. Callum practically shouted. And I am going to win. No, I am. Trevor interjected. Doubt it, I will win. Tierno exclaimed. Shauna's sweat dropped at what was said. As the group walked up to the corner, they saw it, the newly constructed arena for the Kalos League on the top of the mountain. The stadium was hexagonal shaped and around it everyone could see the village in which everyone would stay as the league progresses. It truly is closer, isn't it? A new voice spoke up. The 4 trainers turned around and saw none other than their professor. Professor Sycamore. All of the trainers exclaimed. The one and only, Sycamore said sheepishly. So who here is going to win this tournament? I am, the trainers that were ready to participate exclaimed. By the way, where is Ash and Serena? Professor Sycamore asked in an attempt to change the subject. Shauna smiled. Ash is getting his 8th badge in Snowbell City, of course Serena had to go after him. Shauna winked at that last part. Of course, everyone else said while sweat dropping. Could it not be less obvious? Callum asked while putting his hands up. I guess not, Trevor replied. With Serena. Serena was walking along the path that was headed toward Snowbell when she noticed what looked like 2 people stuck on a tree net. Serena went to get a closer look and indeed saw 2 figures squirming in the net. Oh my gosh! Serena gasped as she saw where the net was connected to the tree. Let me help you guys. Serena then untied the knot that was on the tree and the net fell down with the 2 humans falling down to the ground. The 2 figures then stood up. Both had pale skin along with blue eyes. Ow, one groaned. It was a teenager about Serena's age. He was wearing a blue jumpsuit and he had some very reflective glasses. His hair had an electrical style to it and it was lemon blonde. Big brother, are you alright? The other person asked. It was a girl, actually very small girl, a lot younger than the boy and Serena. Serena noticed she had a brown top and the girl also had the same colored hair. Around her shoulder was a yellow sack and in this yellow sack was a deden. Serena grew curious as to what these 2 were doing here in that net. The girl though, she instantly noticed Serena and grew wide-eyed. Thank you for saving us. My name is Bonnie and this is Deden. Nen. I'm Clement, Bonnie's older brother. Thank you so much for helping us. We got caught in this situation sadly, the teenager named Clement replied in a calm voice. Nice to meet you, I am Serena. Saren replied with a smile. What were you 2 doing st-? Greninja quick use smokescreen, a new voice was heard. A bunch of smoke came into the path and this made Serena and the others cough as they could barely breathe. When the smoke cleared they saw 2 figures in front of them. One was a teenager that had a red scarf around his neck and a blue attire. Next to him was a similar-looking Pokemon that looked like a slightly larger Frogadier. My name is Sanpei, I see that you must have fallen for my trap, my apologies, the boy named Sanpei said. Ninja, his Pokemon replied with a sinister tone. The Pokemon had his arms crossed, it was a very formal Pokemon. The Pokemon seemed to be alert at every moment, something that Serena found interesting. What Pokemon is that? It's so cute. Bonnie exclaimed, very enthusiastic about the Pokemon. Gran, the Pokemon shouted with a shocked expression. It opened its eyes which showed to be a pinkish color. Sanpei signaled to his Pokemon, this is Greninja, he is a ninja Pokemon that is the final evolution of Froakie. Froakie. Serena listened closer now because she knew Ash would probably have a Greninja if Frogadier evolved. And today we are going to be taking a test. A test? Clement asked curiously. Yes, let me show you, Sanpei said as he led the group into a cave found in a nearby mountain. The cave was dark and filled with Noibat, something that Serena found adorable since she did witness how powerful Ash's Noivern could be. The cave then led to an altar that had a portrait. Serena noticed it to be a Greninja in the portrait, only that it looked different. For starters, the shuriken on the back is larger and there was a lot of facial fins that were different than a normal Greninja's. This is the legend of my village. It is said that very rarely, a Froakie will hatch that contains the ability Battle Bond. With this ability, when the Froakie becomes a Greninja, it can transform. Transform? Serena asked. That is weird, some Pokemon like Darmanitan transform due to ability, what makes this significant? Clement asked. Sanpei turned around. You see, when Greninja transforms, it gains a stronger water shuriken, stronger attacks and definitely faster speed. Only a Battle Bond Greninja can use the move Aqua Blade, a dual-typing water and dark-type move, and only the transformed Greninja can use the Golden Shuriken. Sanpei then opened a book lying in the altar. The trainer of the one that appeared years ago was an Aura Guardian by the name Sir Aaron. Aaron used Battle Bond to fuse with Greninja and ultimately feel a battle with Greninja. It says here that Sir Aaron nicknamed his Greninja Ash. Because of that, the transformation was named Ash Greninja. At that last point Serena's heart started to skip beats. Aqua Blade? Is that why Ash's Frogadire's blade sometimes turn blue? Is this why Ash is able to feel what Frogadier feels? Is this the reason why Ash even has this Frogadier, since it will evolve into the so-called Ash Greninja? Serena thought to herself. Little did she know, someone noticed this behavior. Serena, are you okay? You have been zoned out for a little now, Bonnie asked. Serena snapped out of her thoughts and faced the little girl. Yes, I am fine. Sanpei then turned to the group. Greninja, are you ready to see if you have the ability to perform this? Ninja, Greninja nodded. Sanpei then held out his hand to the altar and picked up a small disc-shaped relic that was blue, but a lot older as it had some decayed areas on it. Serena thought it looked a lot like a technical machine. What was it? Greninja, if you have this ability, then this shall teach you how to use Aqua Blade, Sanpei said. Ninja, Greninja replied with a nod. Serena, Clement and Bonnie watched in awe as the relic began to glow blue in front of Greninja. The light seemed to get larger and the relic began to glow blue. Then, the relic began to float and head towards Greninja, who watched as it got near only for the effect to waste away and the relic to fall on the floor without color. What happened? Bonnie asked. Sanpei smiled. It seems that Greninja is not a descendant from the legend since he is not compatible with Aqua Blade. Sanpei then turned to Greninja. I'm sorry, Greninja. Greninja smiled and wrapped his hand around Sanpei. Ninja. Sanpei then laughed. I guess you are right, Greninja, we have each other and that is what counts. Sanpei then turned to the group. I guess I should be on my way, guys. Greninja used Smo Dash. Before Sanpei could even command his Greninja, he got a tug on his shirt. Sanpei, Serena said while kneeling down and picked up the technical machine from the ground. Serena then whispered, can I have this? I believe I may know who the legend is. Sanpei debated it with himself for a while, but opened up, sure thing, not many people will come here anyways, so take it with you and find him. Thank you, Sanpei. Serena exclaimed as she put the technical machine into her bag. Sanpei then nodded and ordered for a smokescreen, and with that, Sanpei and his Greninja vanished into thin air. Serena, why do you have the move? Bonnie asked. No reason, I just want to try something. Serena winked. Clement then spoke up, well, if we are going to make it to Snowbell for tomorrow we are going to have to get going now. Serena, do you want to come with us? Bonnie asked as the group started to walk out of the cave. Serena smiled, sure, I was going there to meet up with someone, he is going to get his 8th badge and then challenge the Kalos League. Clement then stopped in his tracks. Did you say badge? Do you know who this is? Yeah, Ash Ketchum. Serena replied as the group started walking up the original path. Why? Actually, he challenged me to a battle some time ago, he actually defeated me in a strong battle where I had to use my strongest. Clement explained. He's right, Ash had this Pikachu that put up an amazing fight against Clement's Bunnelby and won, then he used a Grovyle and defeated Clement's Heliolisk, and lastly, his Goodra was able to use this intense bide that defeated Luxray. It was an amazing battle to watch. Bonnie explained. Nen. Deden agreed. Serena then smiled, actually Pikachu has gotten stronger now, Grovyle recently evolved into Sceptile and Goodra has gotten even stronger with that bide. Serena, are you that girl that almost beat Arya to be Kalos' queen? Bonnie asked out of the blue. Serena blushed slightly because of the praise. but smiled, yeah, that's me. Bonnie then smirked, now I know why you like being around Ash so much. Serena blushed violently at this point. No way, even on TV a little girl caught it. For Serena, this was going to be a long walk with Bonnie around. With Ash, Pikachu and Brock. The trio was traveling through the path that led towards Snowbell. The mountains had become tall and cold so they had to put on a jacket, except Pikachu. Pikachu was warm due to his fur and with sparkling electricity could warm himself up. It was a beautiful scene and Ash wanted to make the most of it so he turned to Brock, hey Brock, want to have some fun? Brock looked at Ash with a grin, are you thinking what I am thinking? Brock smirked even harder when he saw Ash hold up two Pokeballs that opened up into two flashing lights that then shaped two dragons. Grow. Noivern. Brock, you take Noivern. I want to try something. Ash exclaimed as he got on top of Charizard with Pikachu. Brock nodded and got on top of Noivern. With a light leap off the edge of the mountain, both dragons flew into the sky with grace and speed. Brock, watch this. Okay. Brock shouted from his exhilarating flight. Ash then turned to his glove and touched his keystone, listen to my heart, beyond evolution. Charizard was transforming through the prongs at this point. Mega Evolve. Charizard finished Mega Evolving and turned himself into a black and blue firing dragon while Brock watched in awe. Noivern was smirking, he did want to have that power, but he knew that he, just like most of Ash's Pokémon, don't even need it. Ash, that is amazing. Brock shouted as Noivern and Charizard landed in the mountain again where they had started. Charizard returned back to his normal form and thanked them for the flight. After that, Ash returned the Pokémon into their Pokeballs and turned to Brock, who spoke up, so Ash, who are you going to battle the gym with? Pikachu looked at Ash while pumping his fists, Pika Pika. Ash turned to his best friend, we will see, you, Gudra and Charizard are the most prepared for the league. We will see how Sceptile holds up, Noivern needs to work on his defenses and Frogadier. I have no clue what has been going on lately with him, but it worries me. The group started walking towards the edge of the mountain, but Brock was curious about something. Ash, are you sure that something is wrong with Frogadier? Huh? You see, when Frogadier gets hurt, you also get hurt. I don't know what the problem is, but it is like he is trying to connect with you, Brock implied with a hand on his chin. Ash also put on a thoughtful face, become me? I have to research this later, Ash told himself. Pika Pikapi. Pikachu shouted, drawing the attention of the trainers to what Pikachu was pointing to. The trainers were met with a nice scene, a snowy city in between two mountains, the destination they were headed to all along. Snowbell City. Brock shouted with excitement. Yes. Ash shouted while pumping his fist. 8th gym, here we come. Pikapi Pikachu. Pikachu shouted as the trio started sprinting towards the city. On the mountains en route to Snowbell. Come on Clement, I don't want to miss Ash's gym battle. Bonnie shouted. Bonnie and Serena were leading the group while Clement was lagging behind and panting as he got closer to the girls that stopped to let the inventor catch his breath. Clement reached the girls and with a large collapse fell to the snow on the ground. Bonnie, you need to take it slow, I am dying out here. Clement said on the snow, trying to shake the tiredness he was experiencing. Serena took out her navigator and looked at the route they were following. It says here that Snowbell is still a little far, we can expect to get there tonight, Serena said. Oh man, I wanted to see Ash battle, Bonnie pouted. Serena sighed and went up to the little girl and put a hand on Bonnie's shoulder, don't worry, I think we will see Ash battle soon. Serena smiled as they all started walking, this time at a pace that Clement could keep up toward Snowbell. Chapter 20, Ash vs. Wulfric. Attempting to win on a broken spirit. Snowbell City. Ash, are you ready to battle the gym leader? I heard he uses ice-type Pokemon, Brock explained as he walked next to Ash. The trio was headed towards the gym and the snow was cold. The day was very foggy, but that was nothing, with their coats on they felt nothing. Ash looked over at Brock and smirked, I know a lot of the Pokemon in my team are weak to ice, but we will have to pull through. Brock smiled at the idea as they neared the gym. Standing outside the gym though, an unpleasant surprise came. Oh. This boy smirked while looking at Ash and Pikachu. It is that weak trainer with that stupid Charmander. The boy said in a venomous tone that made Brock flinch. Brock assumed it was Ash's rival, but a type of rival that takes it to this level is something Brock had never seen before. Ash just clenched his fists. Anger started to course through him. Through clenched teeth Ash simply said, "What do you want, Damien?" Damien just smirked and turned towards the city, then turned back to Ash, "I am just here to wish you bad luck, hope you lose, stiff." Damien then let out an evil laugh as he walked away. Brock stood there in surprise and turned to Ash, "Ignore him, Ash." Ash just sighed, "I guess." Ash started to remember his recent losses with Frogadier and it was beginning to affect his attitude, more importantly, Ash's confidence. This was something Brock noticed as he and Ash walked into the slightly warmer gym. Ash was in a pensive mood as the trio reached the end of the long corridor where the TV came to life. "Welcome to the Snowbell Gym, how may I help you?" The television voice came on. No response came from Ash that was staring at the door in front of him with blank eyes. "Hello?" the voice asked again. "Pikachu? Ash, are you okay?" Brock asked, finally snapping Ash out of his thoughts. Ash straightened out, "And nothing is wrong." Ash then turned to the TV, "I would like a gym battle please." The TV voice then responded in a cheery voice, "All right. Just remember to wear a coat as the gym is cold, Wulfric is awaiting you." "Great!" Ash replied while pumping his fist. Brock still looked at Ash with a very suspicious look, something wasn't adding up to Brock about Ash. At that time, the double doors suddenly opened up causing the cold air to rush through the trio and stunning them, but Ash knew he had to maintain a burning spirit if he was going to win this battle. Sadly, he still felt empty inside. Looking around, Ash saw a large amount of ice around the gym from the icicles on the air to the breath that could be seen when one exhaled. Also, one look at the battlefield and Ash noticed it was made completely out of ice. On the stand stood no one and the space was occupied by Brock and Pikachu who Ash told he was not going to use in this battle. Ash slowly walked up to the trainer box along with the ref at the side of the field who was completely in snow gear. The other trainer box stood in front of what looked like an ice throne. Ash looked at the throne and noticed a man with a jacket that he did not use the sleeves of, a large stature and a large beard on his face. Most notably, this man had a collar around his neck which Ash found suspicious. This man stood up and welcomed Ash, "Welcome to the Snowbell Gym, I am Wulfric the gym leader." The man then looked right at Ash's eyes and smirked, "And I accept your challenge." The ref then looked at both trainers that were standing in their trainer boxes and started giving instructions, "This will be a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. The battle will be over when all 3 Pokemon on either side are unable to continue. Do all the trainers agree to these rules?" Ash and Wulfric nodded to the ref who then raised his hand. "Great, now choose your first Pokemon. Beartic, let's battle." Wulfric shouted as he revealed a very large polar bear that stood on both feet. The Beartic gave a huge roar of power as Ash stood there staring his opponent. Ash found the Beartic somewhat intimidating, but reached towards his belt and grabbed his first Pokeball. "Sceptile, let's go." Ash shouted as he threw a Pokeball into the air and out came the bipedal tree frog. Sceptile stared down his opponent and smirked as he was ready for a battle. The ref then raised his hand into the air and lowered it while shouting, "Battle. Begin." Battle music start, Ash, Sceptile, versus Wulfric, Beartic. Ash started things off strong, Sceptile use Leaf Blade, let's go. Sceptile. Sceptile shouted as he made his green blades grow green and he rushed the blue polar bear standing in the middle of the room. Ash found it interesting how Wulfric was not commanding Beartic at all, he was just standing there watching the Sceptile get nearer. Sceptile reached Beartic and when he did, Sceptile made a large X-shaped slash across Beartic's chest. Beartick recoiled back and fell in front of Wulfric. Wulfric looked at Sceptile with surprise, but not knowing Ash was falling for a trap. Sceptile used Leaf Storm. Ash commanded while putting his arm out. Sceptile obeyed and launched a barrage of leaves from his tail and caused Beartick to fly into the air in pain. Now slam Beartick into the ground. Sceptile aligned his leaves so that they lead to the ground and slammed Beartick across the icy field. Ash expected a reaction from Wulfric, but Wulfric just stood there with his arms crossed. Ash then got the idea that he was falling for a trap, so as soon as Sceptile returned to his side, Ash spoke up, "Sceptile, stand there and pay attention to any move Wulfric can make." "Tile." Sceptile agreed. "In the stands. Something isn't right. Why is Wulfric not commanding Beartick? Beartick has to be weakened at this point," Brock told himself. He also found it odd that Ash's battling was very confusing, as staying alert didn't seem to attract any action. Back to the battlefield. "It seems that I have already won this exchange," Wulfric said in a victorious tone. Still with his arms crossed, Wulfric shouted, "Counter." Bear.tic. Beartick roared as his fist grew white and he started running toward Sceptile. "Quick, use Dragon Claw." Ash shouted in panic as he watched the move come back in with a large amounts of force. Sceptile made himself green scaly claws and charged to counter the Beartick's fist. The gap slowly sealed between both Pokémon, and both Pokémon were stuck in a stalemate between a green pair of claws and a white fist. Wulfric then completely surprised Ash, Avalanche. Beartick made a grey cloud appear over Sceptile and the ice chunks fell on Sceptile, making a decently sized explosion that made Sceptile return in front of Ash, barely standing and really tired. "Sceptile, are you okay?" "Tile." Sceptile replied while holding up his fist. "Good." Ash looked at Sceptile and knew he had to think of something quickly. "Use Frenzy Plant quick." "Tile." Sceptile shouted as he punched his fists together and engraved them into the ground, causing a lot of large stems to shoot out of the ice and breaking everything in sight. Wulfric, though, he smirked at Ash's move, knowing he could easily counter it. "Use Ice Punch on the ground." Beartick slammed his blue freezing fist into the ground and caused ice pillars to shoot out of the ice. The pillars stopped the frenzy plant from rising above the surface and then continued on to hit Sceptile. Sceptile was enveloped in a large explosion from the super effective hit, but still managed to get up. What good resistance it has, Ash, but can it deal with this? Beartick used Avalanche again. The cloud again appeared above Sceptile and Ash needed to find a solution quickly. Sceptile used Leaf Storm into the clouds above you. Ash shouted. Sceptile obeyed and shot his leaves into the clouds and interacted with the falling chunks of ice, which definitely could have been fatal if they had hit. This caused a lot of smoke, and then Wulfric said something that left Ash wide-eyed. "Now you are open to an attack, Ice Punch." Beartick swiftly navigated the ice and hit Sceptile with a devastating cold punch to the stomach that knocked the tree frog against the wall behind Ash, who only had enough time to look back and see the smoke clearing from a clear dent in the wall and an unconscious Sceptile. "Sceptile is unable to battle, Beartick wins," the ref shouted. Ash raised his Pokeball and silently recalled his Pokémon back into its Pokeball. "In the stands. This doesn't look good for Ash." Brock replied nervously. Ash was not his usual self. The determination that usually was in the raven-haired trainer was gone, and for some reason there was not the same compassion he would have for his Pokémon. Ash was not saying his "I choose you" catchphrase, and even worse, he was not even praising his Pokémon for their effort. "Pikachu!" Pikachu shouted while waving his arms. Pikachu also noticed the slight change in his trainer's attitude, something that put the electric rodent on edge. At the battlefield, Wulfric stood tall with a smile on his face. "So, is that all you got? Your Sceptile was not strong enough to deal with type advantage, and you definitely know that my Beartick won't go down to anything of that strength." "Beartick!" Beartick shouted in agreeance. This stabbed Ash many times in the heart as he was being called out for being weak. "Don't take it personal, Ash." Ash heard from a voice from the sidelines. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted as well. Ash had more anger surging through his blood by the time he grabbed his second Pokeball. He would not tolerate being judged by some gym leader and he was not going to let himself go down easily. Noivern, let's battle. Viriern. Wulfric watched in amusement as Ash's Soundwave Dragon went into battle with a deafening roar and fell in front of Ash. So it seems you can intimidate, but can you even battle? Wulfric taunted. Beartic, use Avalanche. Beartic summoned clouds on top of Noivern that started unloading large amounts of ice chunks towards Noivern. Ash pumped his fist, Noivern used supersonic straight up break down the chunks of ice. Noivern emitted sound waves out of his ear and shot them upwards towards the incoming attack. The pieces of ice started to crack and ultimately broke apart into a light hail that showered over Noivern and Ash. Ash then put his hands to his side, used Sky Attack. Noivern enveloped himself in a golden aura which glistened in the ice of the battlefield and flew towards Beartic, who was holding his ground hard. Beartic once again took the hit head on and fell back on the ice with pain as he slumped over in order to absorb the pain. Ash took no mercy on Beartic at this point, used Boom Burst. Noivern gave a battle shriek and sent a beam of strong sound waves at Beartic, who was in the ground. Ice Punch on the ground once more. Wulfric exclaimed with a pumped fist. Beartic did just as Wulfric said and made an ice pillar that could take the hit. As soon as the sound waves interacted with the ice began to crack. Wulfric saw this and knew he had to take a chance. Use Ice Punch through the sound waves. Beartic punched the pillar, and as soon as the pillar shattered into many pieces of ice, the polar bear shot through with a freezing punch. Ash, though, was prepared. Use Hurricane. Noi.vrnn. Noivern shouted and with a flap of his wings made a strong wind go through the stadium, blowing Beartic into a vortex almost as ck in. Beartic, get out of there. Wulfric shouted. Tick. Beartic strained as he held onto the ground with his claws in an attempt to prevent getting SCKED into the vortex being created by Noivern. That's it, use counter towards the direction of the vortex. Wulfric exclaimed while putting out a punch. Beartic made his fist glow white and jumped into the hurricane, which is something Ash needed as Ash was smirking. Noivern quick slammed the hurricane into the ground. Ash shouted while punching the ice floor with his fist. Noivern gave a battle cry and caused the wind to head in a spiral direction towards the ground, hurting the Beartic even more with a large thud. Beartic slowly stood up, but Ash saw his final opportunity, finish this off with Sky Attack. Noi.vrr. Noivern shouted as he glowed gold and flew towards Beartic with great speed. The attack was swift and clean and Noivern slashed right through and with a smirk came out the other side while Beartic suffered a large explosion from where he was standing. Beartic then fell down and lost consciousness, which is something the ref took no time to realize. Beartic is unable to battle, Noivern wins, the ref exclaimed, holding up the respective flags. Stands. Yes, way to bring it back, Ash. Brock shouted. Pikachu. Pikachu shouted again, more happy with the results of the battle. Back in the battlefield. It took you this long to get past your first test? Wulfric asked, unconvinced while retreating his fallen polar bear. Let's just see how you handle this one, Avalugg, let's go. Wulfric threw out a Pokeball which split into a flashing light that made the giant ice table-like Pokemon fall on the ground with a loud crash. The Pokemon stood in all fours and was ready to make things hard for Ash. Wulfric then smirked and pumped a fist, use Gyro Ball. Avalugg. Avalugg shouted as he started to spin like a top, something Ash had never seen used before. The Pokemon was headed right for Noivern, who was in the ground. Ash knew he needed to avoid the attack. Noivern fly. Noivern spread out his bat-like wings and took to the skies in order to prevent getting hit by the Gyro Ball that came down with a lot of speed. Avalugg was still spinning and Noivern was above it. Ash knew he needed to try and use a move to stop the spinning. Noivern used Boom Burst straight down. Noi.vrn. Noivern shouted while emitting his sound wave beam down towards the spinning ice type. The gap closed and there was a small explosion to which Ash celebrated a little, but Wulfric kept smirking knowing Ash had probably messed up again. Sky attack. Wulfric knew he needed to execute his plan right away if he was to stop Noivern from using his physical charge. Noivern made the gold veil and was going straight for Avalugg when Wulfric put out his fist. Avalugg stopped it with Ice Fawn. Avalugg made a pair of freezing fangs that aimed straight upwards and trapped the falling Noivern, making Ash flinch in shock. Avalugg then swung Noivern around and threw Noivern into the ceiling, hitting one of the ice crystals. Ash knew he had to do something quick, so he did what he had to by pulling out a pokeball. Noivern return. Noivern materialized into a red beam and went back to its pokeball. Ash then selected the third and last selection he would have to do for his battle. Frogadier, let's go. Froga. Wulfric just stood there processing what Ash just did. So are you too afraid that you had to switch? Especially into that pre-evolved Pokemon? I was expecting something more intimidating like a Charizard. At the stands. Why are people attacking Ash emotionally like that? Don't they know what Ash has gone through? Brock asked Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu hung his head knowing Ash could not take this emotional pain. Pikachu then called out to his trainer, but no avail as Ash either did not hear it or is ignoring Pikachu. Ash, snap out of it. Brock exclaimed with hope. Again Ash did not respond and continued a stare down between Avalugg and Frogadier. I don't like this one bit. Pika, Pikachu agreed. Back to the battlefield. Ash, snap out of it, passed through the ears of everyone in the battlefield except Ash. Wulfric grew wide-eyed knowing something was wrong. Ash is not himself apparently. Is it because of me? Maybe. I should probably be less harsh on him, but why is he in this state? Is this even Ash's true power? Now I understand why he is battling so badly. I have to point it out to him as soon as this match ends then. Wulfric put his hands out, use Euro Ball. Avalugg began to spin and head towards Frogadier, which Ash did not like one bit. Ash spread his hands out and shouted, use Double Team. Froga. 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 Frogadier shouted as he split into many forms. The Euro Ball went through the forms and failed to hit the real one. Use Water Pulse. Wulfric grew wide-eyed. Avalugg, quick Stone Edge around you to protect yourself. Avalugg. Avalugg shouted as it stomped the ground and made blue stones shoot out of the ground. The blue stones then surrounded Avalugg in a circle as the many Frogadier copies made a sphere on water on their hands. Then, the spheres got launched and interacted with the Stone Edge, doing no damage at all to Avalugg. Avalugg remained between the stones and this gave Wulfric an idea. Now use Euro Ball. Wulfric exclaimed. Avalugg began to spin and the pieces of shards from the Stone Edge began to shoot out like darts in a 360-degree angle, which left Ash dumbfounded. The shards hit the copies and dissipated all of them while the real one got hit badly. At the same time that Frogadier winced in pain, Ash also felt the pain. Avalugg finished this off now with Ice Fawn. Frogadier, use Cut. Ash exclaimed. The white Kunai interacted with the freezing mandibles, and that was when Wulfric made his counter-attack. Use Euro Ball. The first sight of genius struck Ash since the beginning of this battle, and maybe the only time in this battle. Use your Frubbles on Avalugg's abdomen. Frogadier grabbed some sticky substance from his neck and swiftly threw it at the tip of the abdomen, thus preventing any spinning for when Avalugg tried to use Euro Ball. Avalugg, use Avalanche on top of yourself. Wulfric exclaimed. The clouds formed from above and then the ice chunks slammed into both Avalugg and Frogadier, and Ash again winced in pain when Frogadier got hurt. Ash snapped out of the pain and shouted, use Aerial Ace on its head. Frogadier made his limb glow white and slammed his fist into the head of the Avalugg. Avalugg let go of its grip on Frogadier and Frogadier slipped back on the slide. Ash then pumped his fists together, use Water Pulse. Froga. Deer. Frogadier shouted while throwing the water sphere and causing an explosion to happen as soon as it hit the Avalugg. When the smoke cleared, Avalugg was on the ground motionless. Avalugg is unable to battle, the win goes to Frogadier, the ref exclaimed. Wulfric quickly recalled Avalugg and grabbed one last Pokeball from his belt. Your Pokemon are too tired, so Abomasnow, let's finish this battle. Abomasnow. Abomasnow shouted as a large cloud went out, causing it to hair indoors. Ash knew he needed to take caution, so he took out a Pokeball. Frogadier returned. Frogadier returned to his Pokeball and the Ash took out another Pokeball. Noivern, you're in charge. Vern. Noivern shouted while staring down his opponent. Noivern then became pelted by the hail, causing some pain in his wing. Noivern, ignore the hail, we have to win this, Ash stated in a serious tone. Now take flight. Vern. Noivern replied, looking at Abomasnow and taking flight. Wulfric smirked, use Ice Shard. Abomasnow let out some shards of ice from his back and they headed for Noivern. Dodge it. Ash shouted. Noivern swung around the ice shards and avoided them very well, but became in range for something else. Ice Punch. Aboma. Snow. Abomasnow shouted while throwing his fist at the Soundwave Dragon, who then crashed into the wall behind Ash. Noivern did not get up after that. Noivern is unable to battle, Abomasnow wins, the ref declared. Ash simply recalled Noivern and took out Frogadier silently. Frogadier crossed his arms as he looks at Abomasnow. At the stands. This is really bad for Ash, Brock said in a worried tone. Pikachu. Pikachu said. Battlefield. Abomasnow, use Ice Shard. Once again. Wulfric exclaimed. Quick, use Double Team. The ice shards pierced through the copies that Frogadier made in a split second and once again hit the right one, making Ash feel more pain. Stronger. Use Water Pulse. Wulfric grew wide-eyed seeing this side of Ash. Quick, use Ice Shard again. Abomasnow began to shoot, seeking shards of ice towards Frogadier, but Ash had other plans. Use Cut Slice It. A risky move by Ash proving fatal. Frogadier began by cutting the shards to pieces, but then the hail distracted Frogadier and made Frogadier get hit by the ice shard. At this point Wulfric saw his opening. Wood Hammer. Abomasnow made a green log with his arm and slammed it into Frogadier. Frogadier was slammed across the entire field and crashed into the wall behind Ash. Frogadier. Ash shouted as he saw his Pokemon hit the wall. Suddenly, Ash's body arched back in pain and fell back into a sitting position in the trainer's box. Frogadier is unable to battle, so the win goes to Wulfric, the gym leader, the ref declared. Pikachu. Ash. Ash's friends caught up to the hurt trainer. At the same time, Wulfric came from his throne to talk to Ash. Wulfric was straightforward as he spoke. Ash, until you are able to trust and rely on your Pokemon despite your emotional and spiritual state, you can't win, and therefore, I cannot give you a badge. Ash looked down at the ground with his cap shadowing his eyes. Later that night. Hurry up, big brother, there it is. Bonnie shouted. Arg, Bonnie, wait up. Clement exclaimed, catching up to his sister. Serena smiled to herself as she saw Snowbell in sight. Snowbell, here we come. Serena shouted. Snowbell. Which is probably going to be called Hellbell for Serena now. At the Pokemon Center. Ash was alone looking at Frogadier as he slept. I'm sorry, Frogadier, I promised us we would be stronger, but it didn't happen. Little did Ash know, Frogadier listened to everything Ash said. If I had only been stronger. Ash clenched his fist and spoke up again. I am going to look for an answer, wherever it is. Ash walked out of the room and walked into a reunion of friends. Serena, Clement and Bonnie were talking to Brock. Serena was the first to notice Ash and offered a sympathetic look. Ash, I heard what happened, are you alright? Ash looked at Serena and shaded his eyes with his cap. Ash went to the side of the wall and picked up a jacket while heading to the door. Ash, where are you going? Brock asked. Outside. Alone. Ash replied with a dead monotone voice. At this time of night? Clement asked. Ash just nodded and opened the door into the cold night. The cold wind from the snowy land outside passing through the Pokemon Center and chilling everyone and making Ash's blue scarf wave around to the cold breeze. Serena gripped her ribbon as she saw Ash walk into the darkness of the night and clenched it harder when the door closed and she lost sight of Ash. Ash, Serena said to herself. The night was silent from there on out. Recap from last time. Oh. Damien smirked while looking at Ash and Pikachu. It is that weak trainer with that stupid Charmander. Now you are open to an attack, Ice Punch. Beartic swiftly navigated the ice and hit Sceptile with a devastating cold punch to the stomach that knocked the tree frog against the wall behind Ash, who only had enough time to look back and see the smoke clearing from a clear dent in the wall and an unconscious Sceptile. Sceptile is unable to battle, Beartic wins, the ref shouted. Ice Punch. Aboma. Snow. Abomasnow shouted while throwing his fist at the Soundwave Dragon, who then crashed into the wall behind Ash. Noivern did not get up after that. Noivern is unable to battle, Abomasnow wins, the ref declared. Frogadier. Ash shouted as he saw his Pokemon hit the wall. Suddenly, Ash's body arched back in pain and fell back into a sitting position in the trainer's box. Frogadier is unable to battle, so the win goes to Wulfric. The gym leader, the ref declared. Ash, until you are able to trust and rely on your Pokemon despite your emotional and spiritual state, you can't win, and therefore, I cannot give you a badge. Serena gripped her ribbon as she saw Ash walk into the darkness of the night and clenched it harder when the door closed and she lost sight of Ash. Ash, Serena said to herself. The night was silent from there on out. Chapter 21, Love is key to find an answer under the snowy pines. That night at the Pokemon Center. Frogadier could not rest. His trainer's words kept bouncing up and about in his head. I promised we would have become stronger, they said. Frogadier thought about it. What makes something stronger? It is love, Olympia's words echoed through Frogadier's mind. Frogadier got up from his bed feeling a little sore from the battle the day prior, but he walked out of the room trying not to make a sound. As soon as he was halfway across the hallway to the door, he noticed a faint blue color flowing from a backpack. Serena's backpack. Frogadier looked and saw that Serena in the corner of the room curled up into a ball and staring out the window while gripping her ribbon. Frogadier made his way to her bag and noticed a disc-shaped object begin to glow harder, and Frogadier reached for it. Suddenly, the disc turned to dust and the glowing dust went into Frogadier and made Frogadier's body glow. The glowing then died down and Frogadier looked back at Serena. Serena still was staring out the window like if nothing had happened. With that, Serena just felt the door and the breeze from outside come in and send a chill up her spine. When she looked back, she saw nothing but the door to the outside shut closed, something that she did not pay attention to since she was too focused on Ash. Outside in the pines of the forest. The female Piku looked down from her tree and noticed that there was a boy sitting in a log. The log was in the middle of the clearing and the night sky was overshadowing this boy. Piku then blinked as she could have sworn that she saw the boy be replaced with what looked like a Pikachu. Piku blinked again and then it was the boy again. Piku. Piku sighed as she entered her tree again only to notice that there was no more berries left for the rest of the winter. Piku sighed at that as she looked outwards and into the forest. She knew at that moment that she would not be able to make it alone, she needs someone to help her do something other than just hibernating in the tree. Chew pie. Piku cried as she jumped from her tree without looking back and hitting the snow below with ease. Piku then looked forward and began to walk into the forest. In search of someone to be her companion. The next morning. Frogadier too? Brock asked worryingly as he spoke to Clement. Clement nodded, yes, Nurse Joy told me this morning. At that very moment, Bonnie came into the room. Hey, where is Ash? Bonnie asked her brother who was cooking with Brock. Clement just sighed and said, he'll be back, don't worry. Brock then decided to help, he will get hungry and come back, don't worry. Pikachu. Pikachu sighed sadly. Meanwhile, outside the Pokemon Center, Serena was sitting in a bench completely torn apart over Ash. Serena POV. He's not acting like the Ash I know, the Ash I admire, the Ash I adore, the Ash I low dash. Arg. What do I do? Can I do anything? What is the way to find this answer? I look into the forest that have Ash's footsteps. I have to go for him. I need to. My legs start pounding on the snow as I propel myself into the pine forest in front of me. All I need to do is get to Ash. Ash POV. I have been walking around this log for hours now. Ugh, I am so tired, I am just sitting here. Strength. If I just had strength. Why am I like this when it comes to strength? Why am I the only person that deals with this? With Frogadier on top of a tree. Frogadier was looking at his webbed hands with sadness, remembering all his battles since Olympia, a big amount of pure losses. Frogadier was the only Pokemon to have not evolved fully. Was he even strong anymore? Frogadier kept questioning his own strength at this point. Frogadier then slammed his webbed arm into the tree he was on and snow fell on top of his head, which he picked up and threw out. Ash POV, this next part is violent, so discretion is advised. What is the answer to this? I need to. No, that won't work. Why do I always have to be the Ash? A familiar voice enters my ears. I look up and see Serena standing there with her hand in her blue ribbon. She has her jacket on, so at least I did not have to worry about her freezing to death. I open my mouth and speak to her while holding my cap. Sorry, I should not have made you worry. I then looked back down at my feet, shadowing my eyes. Serena POV. Ash, you know that if you have a problem you can tell me, right? I tell Ash with my arms out. At the same time snow started falling around me and Ash, but I ignore it since I am trying to help my crush who is sitting on a log helplessly. No response. Ash, come on, I know you can tell someone, I am here for you 100% anytime, anywhere, I explain from his first response of silence. Ash is still silent, so I figure I have to keep talking. You know, once I really goofed up and I dash. Why should you care about my problems? Ash snaps at me while standing up and pumping his fist out at me in an aggressive stance. Because. Just tell me about it. I snap back as I feel like daggers have pierced my heart a million times. The snow gets harder and visibility starts to worsen for me. At the same time, my fists clench to the point that my nails are starting to penetrate my skin, which does not hurt me at all since I am intoxicated with adrenaline. Ash POV. Just, leave me alone. I venomously shout in intervals so Serena can understand what I want. What happened to never give dash? Never give up until the end. Never give up until the end. Can she stop repeating to me the same stupid SHT I come up with? Why should I care about that stupid proverb? Why do you value such a pathetic saying I made up? Just leave me be. I exclaim on instinct and turn my body with my back facing the person that is causing my irritation. I feel a snowball hit the back of my head like an iron ball. I rub the back of my head of the pain and look back at Serena with gritted teeth. What does she want this time? The Ash I know would never give up until the end. Ash, stop thinking that way before you do give up. Serena retaliates back at me, warning me. At this point I could barely see her face due to the falling snow, but I had to keep fighting my point of view. ISCK, that is what I do, Serena just has to admit it. You're wrong. I shout back. I don't care what you think of me, I'm just some other stupid trainer to you and everyone else. That statement came out of stupidity and even I knew that, but the thing is that I don't want to be seen as a winner when I clearly lose. I'm weak, gosh dang it. I don't care what Serena thinks, in no universe would she make me feel any better than I am Dash. I feel another snowball hit me and I could have sworn there was a rock in that snowball since I felt like something had hit my head harder than usual snow. I turned around and the next thing I heard was something beyond my comprehension. Serena POV. Out of rage, I kneeled down and grabbed some snow, not caring that I also scooped up a rock, form it into a ball and chuck it at Ash's head in an attempt to gain his attention. I am just going to have to admit a huge secret of mine in order to knock some sense into him. The snow around us is falling harder and harder. Every time I see Ash he is starting to fade from my field of vision, but I had to stay strong. No doubt that at this point Ash and I were in a blizzard. Here goes, my only chance of getting my Ash back. Knowing it would be painful to me, I opened my mouth and began to expel all of my bottled-up emotions from the past and present. My father gave up on my mother and me when I was little. I wanted to be able to love someone that I would know would never give up on me. I found that person and he stole my heart. I say in a calmer voice since my throat started to hurt from the yelling. At the same time, tears streaked down my cheeks. I walk up to Ash and give him a firm slap on the face, one that made my right hand burn with pain, but also caused Ash to grab his cheek in pain and grit his teeth. I just wanted to squash Ash right then and there, but I knew I had not power to do that. Ash, your father may not love you like mine doesn't love my mother and me. But someone else loves you more than anyone could in many different unexplainable ways. Ash looks at me confused, but I know what I have to say even if I can't thoroughly admit it without nervousness. Still, I felt like I could say anything. And I am that. That. The pain turns out to be too much for me to admit my feelings, and because of this I throw a snowball and hit Ash in the head, thus knocking his over the log in pain. My voice was raspy and my throat burned from all of the yelling, but I had to keep going. Give me back the Ash that stole my he. Arg. I run into the blizzard with tears strkng down my cheeks. I just want to run and escape reality. The snow keeps falling on me and I can't see anything. I was sure I was lost. I just want to run away from the snowy inferno of pain that I am experiencing. Ash POV. I am lying on the ground looking up as the snow hits my face. I was still processing the words that Serena gave me. What did she mean by all this? It seems to be impossible to understand. I sigh. What am I supposed to do now? I guess I should just get up and not give up. Why am I following the proverb I just bashed on? Why did I bash on her? She didn't deserve this violent behavior. I see nothing in front of me, only snow covering my view. What is wrong with me? Why am I this way? What should I do? I think I should keep moving forward. Bet on it, Nightcore, lyrics changed for sake of fanfic. I run into the snow not thinking twice as I start to mouth the words to a song I listen to a lot to remind me to never give up. Everybody's always talking at me, everybody's trying to get in my head. I want to listen to my own father talking, but he just betrayed myself instead. I run up to a hill to try to see the most that I can, but I can't see anything, but I cannot give up now. Did you ever, never get the things that you want? Did you ever, get on a ride and then want to get off? I see a flashback of Serena's snowballs and slap. The pain that slid me from those hard-thrown snowballs and that hard-felt slap I experienced that still stings, even right now. Did you ever, hurt the ones you should have held close? Did you ever let go? Did ever back down? I narrow my eyes as I see the snow getting harder and harder around me. I have to run through, I have to find an answer. So I ran through with my vision white through the snow. The wind was strong and my blue scarf kept waving in the wind. I'm not gonna stop, that is the way, to give it all I got, that is my plan, till I find what I lost. You know you can. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet on it. I find a cave through the snow and walk inside. I feel the cold air from the outside hit my jacket and I reach for Charizard's Poke Dash. I left my Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. What is wrong with me? I look down at my hands and curl them into a fist. I won't give up now. I'm not gonna stop, till I break my losing streak. That's who I am, that is the plan, now I've got to fight. Bet on it, bet on it, bet on it, bet on it, yeah. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet on it. Bet on it. I look out into the mouth of the cave and see nothing but a bunch of snow falling down. It truly is bad out there, I say to myself. With the gang at the Pokemon Center. Bonnie, where are you going? Clement shouts as he runs to his sister that is trying to walk into a snowstorm. Bonnie turns around and faces Brock and Clement. I am going to drag Serena and Ash back here, it is too dangerous. Wait, but Bon dash. Pika Pie Pikachu. Pikachu gets on Bonnie's shoulders and smirks. Pikachu takes out his fist and pumps it to Bonnie, to which she smiles. Bonnie took this as the sign and rushes into the blizzard, leaving Brock and Clement in shock. Quick, grab the backpack. Brock exclaims as he runs towards his bag. I have the first aid kit. Right. Clement replied while gritting his teeth in worry for his sister. After the duo pack up their belongings to go into harsh weather, the two look at each other and nod while rushing into the blizzard after Bonnie, of course Clement lagging a little behind, making his best effort to find Pikachu and his sister. With Frogadier POV. I jumped down from the tree I was on and tried to look forward through the snow. Dang it, I have to find Ash. I begin to walk and try to shield myself from the heavy snow and wind that is attempting to blow me away. I am taking small steps forward and I am about to fight the wind and put my foot into the snow again. Ninja. A voice enters my ears and I turn around to see a shining figure. It looked like an apparition since I could see through it. Looking closely, I noticed it looked similar to a Greninja, which I recognized from being the evolution of my own species, but it had a large shuriken on its back and some red fins around the facial area, something that intrigued me. The Greninja stuck its webbed hand out and pointed in a certain direction. Ninja Greninja. Ash. Froga, I reply as I look over to where I am supposed to run. I turn back to the apparition and say, Frogadier, Froga, and bow in respect. Ninja, the Greninja smiled under its tongue scarf and walked up to me. The Greninja then put his hand on my chest and turned into a bunch of dust. This bright blue glowing dust floated into my chest and made me glow. Suddenly, when everything was absorbed, I felt powerful and strong, like I could do anything with Ash by my side. I run to the direction I was pointed at, and out of the corner of my eye I see a Bidoof about to be squashed by an incoming branch that fell out of one of the trees. I run up to the falling branch and jump to meet it head-on while making a kunai blade that sliced through the branch and protected the Bidoof. That was when I looked down at my hands and see a dark blue kunai blade, watery yet dark. What is this? I decided to ignore it and run after Ash. With Serena. Serena kept running until her legs gave out and she fell in her knees. It was not physical pain that was killing her, but emotional pain. Serena had ran for some time and had not seen anything significant, only snow. Suddenly, as Serena tried to catch her breath through her running nose because of all the weeping, the snow started to cover up. The snow fell at a less powerful pace with the wind, enough for her to see. Suddenly, she looked over to her side and saw a cave. She knew she had to go in there and provide shelter, so she walked in. Only to regret her decision. Ash looked at Serena enter the cave and shadowed his face in regret. Serena flinched a little in seeing Ash there, but Serena was still holding a grudge. Ash noticed Serena shiver and opened up his mouth as if to ask if she was cold, but he could not bring himself to move his vocal cords. Ash never felt this much regret before, and it was obvious that he wanted to make up for it. Serena sat across from Ash while looking down with her oceanic blue eyes glistening and watery. Ash could not have ever thought of a more beautiful sight than Serena's eyes, but the fact that there was sadness in them killed his heart. Because he knew he only had himself to blame. Ash then looked to his left and saw a couple of Caterpie, Zigzagoon, Scatterbug and a lone Piku. They were extremely cold out in the weather even though it had stopped snowing. Ash then got up towards the mouth of the cave and yelled while signaling the Pokemon to come in, guys, come on. You will be warm here. Ash then flinched at feeling déjà vu. Flashback. Come on guys, it is warm here. Ash shouted from a sheltered tree stump. The Pokemon ran to Ash's lap and rested there with him as a rainstorm passed. End flashback. Ash recoiled with his mouth opening in awe and his auburn eyes glistening at the memory. Through a side view of Serena's face, Serena is still looking down at the floor with her fedora shading her eyes, but a small blush and a small smile appear after listening to Ash. Piku Pie. A Piku that had come into the cave went up to Serena while the others went to Ash. Serena was confused as to why a Piku was rubbing her leg, but it made her feel connected to the Piku. She picked up Piku and put what seemed to be a female Piku up to her arms. The Piku rubbed her cheeks against Serena's and Serena smiled as she felt the electricity that came from it. You know, a voice finally breaks the silence between the two trainers. I had an experience similar to this in Pallet Town. Serena looked at Ash, who was embracing some Pokemon in his lap. When I went into the forest near Pallet Town, I would get totally lost and then I would invite Pokemon to the cave where I sheltered myself. Serena once again shadowed her eyes and smiled. It was nice to be able to embrace Pokemon at times of sadness. Even though Serena thought she could make up with Ash right then and now, she did not know how to. Bidoo, a number of voices echoed throughout the forest and entered Ash and Serena's ears. Ash and Serena gently put the Pokemon they were with down and went to check out what the problem was. From the mouth of the cave we saw a Weevil trying to attack some Bidoo, 4 to be exact. The Bidoo were trying to shield each other from the incoming Night Slash. Ash reacted fast as he went to put himself in the way of the Bidoo to shield the attack, but a blue blur passed through Ash's eyes that prevented the attack from coming. Serena also went out to help. With the group looking for the trainers. Ash, where are you? Brock shouted. Ash, Serena. Bonnie exclaimed. Clement had his Luxray out and turned to him. Luxray, can you sense them? Luxray made his eyes glow white and looked around the area in search of Ash and Serena, but his eyes did not return anything. Luxray looked at Clement and shook its head, signaling they are not here. Maybe they are somewhere else. Wait. Look, footprints. Bonnie shouted. Pikachu got straight to work and jumped from Bonnie's shoulder. Pikachu then went up to the footprints and sniffed them, instantly recognizing the smell. Pikapi. Pikachu shouted and started following the footsteps. The others went after Pikachu at the same time. With Ash and Serena. Frogadier. Ash shouted as he looked at the blue bipedal frog using a dark blue blade to interact with the purple one from Weevil. The Weevil recoiled back and grew angered. This caused the Weevil to let out a battle cry that caused 2 more Weevil to appear. No way. Ash then took out his Pokédex and scanned Frogadier, and this was new on there. Aqua Blade. Base power 100. Typing, Water Dark. Awesome, a new move. Ash exclaimed as Frogadier looked back at Ash and smirked. Serena grabbed the Bidoos and brought them inside the cave. Stay here, where you will be safe. Piku looked at Serena with awe, and as soon as Serena went out to help Ash, Piku went after her. Double team. Ash exclaimed as the Weevil charged up 3 separate ice beams. Frogadier split into many versions of itself and prevented the ice beams from making contact. Now use Water Pulse. Frogadier charged up a sphere of water sphere and hit one of the Weevil that instantly fled from the intensity of the attack. Then, a Weevil came at Frogadier with a Night Slash, and Ash goes for another move, being completely in sync with Frogadier. Use Aqua Blade. Serena instantly grew wide-eyed, remembering what Sanpei said. The blades interacted, but the dark blue one dominated and caused the second Weevil to get hit back and run away. The last one came for Ash the same way, and Ash commanded another Aqua Blade, to which Frogadier went for, only that this time the Weevil charged up an ice beam and fired it at the same time. The ice beam, though, was not aimed at Frogadier. Serena watched as the attack was headed straight for Ash and then saw Piku jump in front of her and snipe a Thundershock to counter the ice beam. The ice beam overpowered though and caused the Piku to be hit backwards, and Serena watched in horror. "Piku!" she shouted and ran to the falling Piku and grabbed Piku in her arms in mid-air and front flipped to protect herself from the fall. The weevil fled, but the danger was not over. Serena landed in the edge of a cliff with Piku in her arms. Suddenly, there a loud crack heard and the snow beneath Serena gave way. "Ah, Ash!" Serena shouted. "Serena! Froga!" Ash and Frogadier both are in shock as they see Serena start to fall down the edge of the cliff with Piku. The duo quickly run to the edge of the cliff, and what happened next made the necessary push to a perfect synchronization. Ash POV. "Frogadier, I want to save her," I say in my mind. "Froga," I hear as Frogadier jumps off the cliff, and my eyes start to see through Frogadier's eyes as I see Serena falling with Piku. "Dodge right quick. Then grab Serena and decrease your speed," I command, and Frogadier makes a sharp right to avoid any rocks that were in the way. I feel the G-force as I fall and the stress and adrenaline governing my motivation to save Serena. Then Frogadier and I put our hands out, about to grab Serena. When I see that, I feel powerful and connected with Frogadier. At the second Frogadier is about to touch Serena, I see the extended blue webbed limbs glow white. Serena POV. I was hanging on to Piku with my eyes closed until I felt a pair of arms comfort me from the G-force I am experiencing. Through my closed eyelids I saw a bright light overcome my black vision of my eyelids. Then it was over, the light was gone, and I felt the pair of arms put me down on the ground safely. I slowly open my eyes to make sure I am alive, but I am greeted with a Pokemon. It was larger than Frogadier, but had a tongue scarf, a blue one, and it also had red fins in its head as well as a large shuriken on his back. Instantly, I recognized this Pokemon as Ash Greninja, I say to myself as I see the bipedal Pokemon return to a normal Greninja. The Pokemon looks at me and Piku and says, "Ninja." "Serena." I hear a voice next to me urgently. It was Ash, who had gotten down from the cliff to check on me. Ash instantly embraced me in a hug. "Thank goodness you are okay," Ash told me as I felt heat rise up to my cheeks. Wait, it was the legend. The famous Greninja. I exclaimed in shock, still processing the fact of the transforming Greninja. "What legend?" Ash asks me while still hugging me. "Just ignore the fact you just saw Ash Greninja." I just could not help but smile. "Welcome back, Ash. Welcome back, person that stole my heart." Normal POV. Ash broke the embrace and looked around. "Where is Frogadier?" Ash asked. Ash then felt a hand on his shoulder and turned around to find bipedal blue frog with a scarf-like tongue. Ash then knew what happened when he saw his limb glow white in the weird point of view change. "Greninja," Ash said in awe, looking at his newly evolved powerful Pokemon. "Look, I know I made you worry and I am sorry." Greninja and Ash then stick out their hands and have a high five. "Hey! We have been looking all over for you guys," Bonnie exclaimed while running with Brock. "Pikachu!" Pikachu shouted as he ran up Ash's shoulder. Finally, Clement said as he caught up with the group. "Wait, no way. Did Frogadier? It evolved." Brock exclaimed in awe, looking at the stronger frog in front of him. "Yeah, at the best moment too," Ash explained, thinking about the recent events. Greninja interrupted everyone as he pulled out an aqua blade kunai and held it in front of Ash's face. Everyone watched curiously as Ash looked at the dark blue blade in front of him with glistening eyes. Ash then had a flashback to when he first caught Greninja as a Froakie in Lumio City. Ash then spoke up as he grabbed the aqua blade with Greninja. "Greninja, I am sorry, I was confused about our power. Now I believe we can do this. Let's take on this challenge together." Greninja returned the blade and hugged Ash. A touching and heartwarming scene for the group, more specifically Serena. Serena then smiled. "We should head back." The others nodded, and then Serena felt a tug on her jacket. It was Piku, and Serena understood all too well what it meant. Piku, you want to come along with me? Serena asked as she held out a Pokeball. Piku. Piku smiled happily and entered the Pokeball, which instantly got captured. Wow, it is so cute! Bonnie shouted. The family truly is growing, Brock replied as the group started walking back to the Pokemon Center. Ash and Greninja were walking with confidence. They would reach this together thanks to everyone that supported them, especially Serena. Pikachu asked himself as he just saw Serena capture Piku. Pikachu felt like that Piku was familiar. Flashback. Pikachu, a male Pikachu said to a female Piku that the male Pikachu saved from Team Flare grunts. The female Piku thanked the male Pikachu and with a slight blush gave the male Pikachu a comforting thundershock, making the male Pikachu blush. The female Piku then ran off, leaving the other alone. End flashback. Pikachu recoiled, it was the same Piku. Pikachu was a bit relieved that Piku had not recognized him, yet, Ash POV. Play Pokemon Center song. Slow version. I was lying in bed staring up at the ceiling with my eyes opened. I looked at every single crevice that was in the roof of the room of the same Pokemon Center where everything that happened yesterday, well, happened. I look over to my side and stare at the clock in the side dresser. 3:46 a.m. I sigh, I am so excited for the battle I am going to have with Wulfric later on today that I can't sleep. My eyes then focus on something else. Right next to my bed is another bed with a certain honey blonde that helped me overcome my burden yesterday. I look back up at the ceiling and hug my scarf as I remembered this girl's words from yesterday. My father gave up on my mother and me when I was little. I wanted to be able to love someone that I would know would never give up on me. I found that person and he stole my heart. Ash, your father may not love you like mine doesn't love my mother and me. But someone else loves you more than anyone could in many different unexplainable ways. As I remembered these lines, I flinched as the sting from the cheek from where Serena gave me the painful slap returned. What was Serena's idea in bringing in my burden and telling me she has a similar problem? What did she mean by someone that loves me in many unexplainable ways? Who is this person that loves me? Does someone love her that way back? And I am that. That. Give me back the Ash that stole my he. Arg. I stole what? Wait. What did Serena almost say she was? I am so confused. I grip my scarf and turn around to look at Serena, who is sleeping soundly. I look and see how she is in her pink pajamas and how her hair dangles around her face. A scene that I would call cute. Well, I am grateful to have a person like her always on my side. You know, now I am excited to see her sapphire oceanic blue eyes again when she wakes up. Wouldn't it be another excuse for me to not sleep? I roll back on my back and stare at the ceiling again as I remembered the way I fused with Greninja. Once he evolved, we were finally able to feel a part. Like if I can become one with Greninja when I want and not all the time. I mean, when Greninja was Frogadier, it was like if we were the same organism sharing the same pain regardless of everything. Still, now with Greninja, I feel like we can be separated and individual, yet stronger than ever together. But how ready is he for the league? We will have to see. I am going to be using Sceptile for a rematch on Beartic. Noivern will play a role, but I don't know how. I am seeing good improvement in Noivern's Sky attack, so I feel like he is prepared for the league. Now how prepared is Greninja? Only time will tell tomorrow. I shut my eyes and roll on my side, slightly peeking through my eyes to make sure that Serena was there. Smiling, of course she is smiling. Why am I peeking at her? Sigh, just let it go. Later, entering the Snowbell Gym, normal POV. The door opened and the group of 5 and the electric rodent were met with the warm air of the hallway leading to the gym. It was a decently long hallway and everyone was getting excited. Pikachu? Pikachu asked his raven-haired trainer as he walked towards the door. The trainer looked down at Pikachu and petted him in the head. Sorry bud, but I am battling with the same team as last time. I want a rematch against them. Also, I have a feeling you could defeat anything with that new move of yours. New move? Clement asked with curiosity. What new move could have Pikachu learned? Serena and Bonnie also got in close to listen to what Ash had to say. Ash was about to speak when Brock interrupted. It is an amazing move, I saw it during an incident that happened before we got here, but the thing is that the move is probably the strongest electric-type move I have ever seen. The group kept walking as Ash continued filling in what Brock could not explain. The move is called Electric Overdrive, and even I don't know what or how it happens, but yes, it is very powerful. The group then reached the end of the tunnel and were greeted by a group of 5 small Pokémon. Ash curiously took out his Pokédex and figured out they were Bergmite. So kawaii! Bonnie exclaimed as she looked at them. Bergmite, right when Clement and I talked with Wulfric this morning, he said that Bergmite evolve into Avalugg. Brock explained. Avalugg is also known to be very powerful with their Gyro Ball. Ash nodded at this, remembering the last battle, knowing that Avalugg really was a problem for him. Ash then looked up at the monitor above the metal doors that had the gym symbol on it and waited for the voice to return. Suddenly, the monitor spoke above the group, "Welcome to the Snowbell Gym, how may we help you?" Ash then looked up and said, "I would like a rematch please." The monitor then replied, "Good, we have been waiting for you. For now wait a minute as we get preparations for the battle finished, also remember to wear a jacket as the gym is cold." Ash nodded at this, and from the group of 4 behind him, the honey blonde female that was gripping her ribbon with her life stepped forward. Ash. When Ash heard Serena's voice he could feel the worry from what happened before. Ash then turned around with a smile, "It's okay Serena, I will win this time." Serena saw the spirit burning in Ash's voice and gave a small smile while nodding her head. It was true, Ash was back to his old self and she could appreciate her feelings for helping her snap him out of those troublesome thoughts. Suddenly, steam appeared from under the door as the doors parted apart slowly. The Bergmite rushed into the cold air that chilled the spines of the group and made Ash's scarf wave around a little bit. Ash looked at the field. Still a lot of ice on it, so it was a completely frozen field. Looking around, the stands actually had people and the ice on the roof seemed as pointy as ever. Ash wondered what could happen if a Pokémon hit those pointy icicles. Good luck Ash, Brock and Clement wished their raven-haired friend before going to the stands. Bonnie fist bumped Ash and wished him good luck, and then one last person was left. Serena. Ash then spoke up, "Here's Serena." Ash then removed his jacket and gave it to her with a smile. "But Ash, won't you be cold?" Serena asked worryingly. "Nah, I have the scarf you gave me, and my newly renewed burning spirit, which you also gave me." Ash rubbed the back of his head in that last assertion as Serena grabbed the jacket. "Also, take good care of Pikachu for me. Pika Pika." Pikachu shouted as he hopped on Serena's shoulder, making the honey blonde smile. "Okay Ash, and one last thing." Serena blushed as she said it and leaned in. Scroll down, smiley face. Ash gave a confused look and Serena looked like she gave second thoughts on something. So she aimed for his ear and whispered something, "Go get him Ash." Ash looked at Serena and pumped his fist, "Right. See you after the battle then," Serena replied and left to the stands while apparently cursing herself out on something. Ash ignored it as he watched Serena sit next to Bonnie. At the stands. "You wanted to kiss him, didn't you?" Bonnie asked the honey blonde girl with an amused grin. At this comment Serena blushed and flinched. Brock noticed this too and held his chin while muttering to himself, "Interesting." With Ash. Ash turned his attention to the field and walked up to the frozen trainer box as he looked at the throne in front of him, noticing the same bearded man with a jacket that did not protect him. Ash saw him step down from the ice throne and walked over to the field. Then locked in a stare down with Ash. He then spoke up, "I see you have come to rematch me, Ash." Wulfric then grinned and looked at Ash with intimidating eyes. "How about that last battle where you fell apart?" Ash took it personally and narrowed his eyes at Wulfric in a venomous way. Wulfric looked at Ash's serious expression and smirked. Forget I said that last part, how about you show me if you even deserve a badge. Both trainers then turned to the ref, who was in a jacket and had ear muffs. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. The battle will be over when one side has lost all 3 Pokemon. Additionally, only the challenger can substitute Pokemon. Now do both trainers agree? Ash and Wulfric both nodded at the last statement with eagerness to begin the battle. The ref noticed this and announced, now choose your first Pokemon. Let's go Beartic. Wulfric exclaimed as he threw out a Pokeball that materialized into a large polar bear-like Pokemon that stood tall and intimidating. Beartic. The Beartic roared with strength that made a slight shock wave through the stadium. The shock wave reached Ash and his scarf violently waved, but Ash did not flinch at all, instead he smirked. Sceptile, I choose you. Ash exclaimed his trademark statement while throwing a Pokeball that had the same Sceptile who had a twig as a toothpick materialize from a flashing bright light. Sceptile, the tree frog growled at the same volume as Beartic, causing Wulfric's jacket to wave around in the blast. Without flinching, Wulfric also smirked. So you chose that Sceptile, Wulfric said calmly while crossing his arms. Ash smirked. I feel like Sceptile wants a rematch, isn't that right, bud? Tile. Sceptile pumped his fist at Ash with a smile. At the stands. Best of luck, Ash, Serena muttered to herself as she clenched her fists with nervousness. This is gonna be a great battle, someone from behind shouted. Good luck, Wulfric, this guy doesn't look like he fools around, another person exclaimed as a shower of good lucks to Wulfric from his supporters came from the stands. Go Wulfric. Show him how to battle. Destroy his fire, Wulfric. People cheered on Wulfric, but our heroes kept things loud for Ash. Pika Pikapi Pikachu. Pikachu exclaimed from Serena's lap. Go Ash, go go go. Bonnie exclaimed. Come on Ash. Brock shouted through cupped hands. This will be interesting, no doubt, Clement stated with serious eyes as he watched the Pokemon engage in a stare-down. At the battlefield. The ref seemed rather intimidated by the Pokemon that were staring at him with venomous eyes to start the battle, so he did just that as he put his arm down. Battle. Begin. Battle music begin. Ash, Sceptile, versus Wulfric, Beartic. Ash, you can have the first move, Wulfric said while crossing his arms. Ash then snickered and also crossed his arms. I have all day, I already know what you will do. Ash then looked with fiery auburn eyes at Wulfric. Come at me. Wulfric and Beartic flinched a little as they watched Sceptile make a, come for me, sign with his hands. Fine then, we will take the first move. Ice Punch. Beartic. Tick. Beartic exclaimed as he made a freezing punch with his hands and started to run toward Sceptile. Ash knew exactly what to do as he pumped his fist. Sceptile trip him up with Frenzy Plant. Sceptile slammed his fists together and slammed them to the ground. From the ground streaked some green plants that headed for Beartic, who was charging at Sceptile. The plants then reached Beartic and stopped Beartic in its tracks while hanging him up in the air. Suspended from movement. Now use Leaf Blade. Sceptile made the lateral part of his limbs form a green blade and he rushed into the frenzy plant that had Beartic immobilized and sliced in an X-like fashion the Beartic, who crashed into the ground in front of Wulfric, who looked amused. Beartic groaned as he got to his feet and roared. Beartic, causing the gym to shake, drawing Ash's attention to the ceiling. Sound, that's it. Ash thought. Are you okay, Beartic? Tick. Beartic pumped his fist at Wulfric. Good, Wulfric exclaimed as he put his fist out. Use Avalanche. Beartic obeyed and sent the clouds to form above Sceptile. Ash saw the threat and knew there was only one way to do this, combat ice with ice. Sceptile dodged back and used Leaf Storm at Beartic. Tile. Sceptile shouted as he dodged back by backflipping towards his trainer and then turned around and fired a Leaf Storm at Beartic, only in time for the ice chunks from the avalanche to fall and get consumed by the leaf storm and mix in with the leaves in a strong attack. The wind filled with leaves and chunks of ice streaked its way toward Beartick, and Wulfric knew he needed to do a risky move. "Take it!" Wulfric commanded as Beartick crossed his arms in front of his face. When the hit collided, then there was a massive explosion that sent smoke in all directions. Ash smiled and celebrated a little, but recoiled when Beartick was seen standing and panting in front of Wulfric. "Ash, you may have just lost this," Wulfric smirked. Counter. Beartick made his fist glow white and charged Sceptile at amazing speed and slammed it into Sceptile's chest, which made Sceptile slam into the wall behind Ash. Tile. Sceptile groaned on his knees as he felt the indent in the wall support him. "Sceptile, get up, I know we can do this." Ash shouted, trying to motivate his friend. Sceptile. Sceptile shouted. "Yeah, that's the spirit." Ash exclaimed with happiness and a smirk as his tree frog got in front of him with a grin, ready to take out anything in his way. Wulfric flinched a little as he watched Sceptile get up from counter, which should have doubled the damage Beartick took. "Sceptile, go in with Leaf Blade!" Ash exclaimed. Sceptile started to make his blades glow green and went for Beartick. "Use Ice Punch!" Beartick and Sceptile rushed each other and quickly closed the gap as the two engaged in a battle that took a lot of effort. Ash and Wulfric gritted their teeth as they saw their Pokémon take damage from the hits. Sceptile got a good amount of hits, but the super effectiveness of Ice Punch really hurt Sceptile. Both Pokémon backflipped back at their trainers, but Ash and Wulfric were not finished. "Jucane, Doragon Crow!" Ash shouted as he crushed his open hand in front of him. Sceptile made a scaly green pair of claws and charged the polar bear. Wulfric looked amused as he gave his next command, Ice Punch on the ground. Bear. Tick. Sep. Tile. Both Pokémon made their attacks. Sceptile, though, he broke through the ice pillar that was formed and slammed his claws into Beartick, who fell back in front of Wulfric. Sceptile returned to Ash's side and both Pokémon looked at each other with a smirk. "Ice Beam!" Wulfric commanded as he put his hand out with a fist. This caught Ash by surprise as the Ice Beam made a collision with the Grass type. Sceptile fell to his knees in pain as the Ice Beam went through his veins. "Don't give up!" Ash exclaimed. Sceptile grew inspired by Ash's words and clenched his fist in determination. Fighting the STRKNG beam of frozen energy, Sceptile stood up and began to glow green. "Sep! Tilly!" Sceptile cried and made a huge burst of green energy swat away the ice beam. Everyone flinched at this, Ash though he smirked. "You activated Overgrow, and let's say this Sceptile has a special Overgrow. Stands. Go Sceptile, go go!" Bonnie shouted. Pikachu. Everyone else stood there with their mouths opened in shock, and there was some confused murmurs around the stands. Overgrow was that powerful. Battlefield. Ash looked down at Sceptile and knew he could do amazing things now. Sceptile has gotten a lot stronger now and it is out turn. "Like to see you try," Wulfric exclaimed as he put his arms out. "Use Ice Punch." Beartick started to make his blue fist, but this was what Ash wanted. "Let's go Sceptile." Leaf Storm. Sceptile shot a large leaf storm that no one could even believe. It collided and made Beartick fly to the sky in a bunch of pain and slam back first into an icicle in the roof, causing an explosion. "Now use Frenzy Plant." Ash exclaimed as he put his arm out and pumped his fist with the other. Sceptile slammed his fist into the ground and the large plants that came out cracked the stadium and grabbed Beartick while slamming the polar bear to the ground in a large explosion. When the smoke and plants retreated, Beartick was found in the ice completely unconscious. The ref took no time. Making the call, Beartick is unable to battle, Sceptile wins. Wulfric praised his Pokémon as he recalled it into red energy and back to his Pokeball. "All right!" Ash exclaimed as he celebrated. "Tile!" Sceptile danced around happily, still glowing green. Stands. Genius move from Ash. Clement remarked. This is already different from last time, Brock replied. Serena smiled at these statements and said, yeah, the Ash I know is back. Serena almost slipped as Bonnie elbowed her, clearly noticing the real statement. Brock just laughed at himself for what Serena just said. I can't believe someone actually fell for the boy, Brock thought to himself. Battlefield. So Ash, you got me there, but how will you deal with this one? Wulfric taunted as he bobbed a pokeball in his hand. Avalugg, let's go. Wulfric threw the pokeball, which opened into a bright light that shaped a large turtle-shaped Pokemon that slammed into the ground with a large bang as soon as gravity affected the heavy Pokemon. Avalugg, the giant Pokemon cried. Ash did not flinch as he saw that Sceptile wanted to keep going. Sceptile, I know you don't have much steam left, but if you want to keep going, then let's go for it. Ash exclaimed while pumping his fist. Wulfric stood there dumbfounded. Wow Ash, you truly are a different person than last time, let's see how you do. Avalugg used Stone Edge. Avalugg, the Avalugg shouted and slammed his front legs to the ground, unleashing a bunch of blue rocks to shoot out of the ground in the direction of Sceptile. With this Ash stood there and quickly made his mind on what he wanted to try since the rocks were not pointed at the top. Sceptile, jump on top of the Stone Edge. Ash exclaimed. Tile. Sceptile nodded at his trainer and ran towards the incoming rocks. As soon as he was in range, Sceptile bent his knees and landed on top of the Stone Edge and started jumping from stone to stone with ease. Because of the nature of being a tree frog, this was natural for Sceptile. Quickly gaining on the Avalugg, Ash knew he had to make another move. Now use Leaf Blade. Ash shouted while moving his arms in blade-like motion. Sceptile made his blades larger than any blade anyone had ever seen before because of overgrow, and with this, slammed the blades into Avalugg, who recoiled back in pain. Use Leaf Blade one more time. Wulfric smirked as he saw this as a perfect way to stop Sceptile. As soon as the blades were at close proximation to Avalugg, Wulfric made his move. Avalugg, stop it with Ice Fawn. Avalugg quickly made his freezing mandibles and stopped the blades from going any further. Ash flinched as he saw this and knew he needed to think of something. Euro Ball. Avalugg. Avalugg exclaimed as he started to spin like a top and let go of Sceptile, who started to jet towards Ash. Ash knew he had to do something risky. Sceptile punched the ground with Frenzy Plant and aimed towards me. Because of close proximation to the ground, Sceptile touched his fist to the ground as he slid on the ice and aimed the Frenzy Plant at Ash. The monstrous stems flew out of the ice in the direction Sceptile was heading, and Sceptile was cushioned by his own plant. Now run up the plant. Ash commanded while pumping his fist. Sceptile ran up the plant that curved towards Avalugg, and Ash made his next command. Cut it with Leaf Blade. Sceptile unleashed large blades and cut through his own plant, about to do the biggest risk he could. Leaf Storm. Ash shouted as he saw the opening. Tile. Sceptile exclaimed as he started to shoot out of his tail the barrage of leaves which lifted Avalugg into the sky. Wulfric looked amused at Ash's unpredictability, but he wanted to finish things. Avalanche now that he is not moving. Avalugg. Avalugg shouted as he summoned clouds above Sceptile and made ice chunks fall on top of Sceptile. Avalugg then hit the ground with a bang, but amazingly stood back up. The ice chunks, though, they made a huge explosion that made Ash flinch seeing Sceptile take the hit. When the white ice smoke cleared, Ash had his Pokeball out before the ref even spoke. Sceptile is unable to battle, Avalugg wins. Sceptile grew red and returned to his Pokeball. Thank you Sceptile, you were amazing. Ash then put Sceptile's Pokeball back in his belt and picked out another one that belonged to a Soundwave Dragon. Noivern, I choose you. Ash exclaimed as he threw the Pokeball that revealed a dragon with large ears that resembled speakers. Noivern Noin. Noivern shouted so loudly that the gym shook. Looking up, Ash had one thought in his mind, perfect. Stands. Noivern. People around our heroes shouted in disbelief. That will get smoked being 4 times weak to ice. Clement looked worried. How can Noivern do much damage to an ice type? I wonder. It is curious, he used Noivern last time and managed to take out Beartick, but I don't know if he will be able to do the same with Avalugg, Brock replied. Don't worry, a voice that drew everyone's attention said. Ash knows what he is doing, he will win for sure. Pikachu smiled at the girl that was holding him for having that much faith on his trainer. Serena, how can you be so sure? Bonnie asked while putting a hand to her chin. Serena smiled at the smiled, I just know. Battlefield Ash POV. I look over at Noivern who I know is going to be the main reason for why I will defeat Avalugg. I look up at the spiky icicles and look back at Noivern. Not yet, I still need to make sure that I am in the right setting. The ref then waves his hand down announcing we can begin to battle once again and I smirk as I see that I can begin my plan. Noivern, keep your distance, I don't want to start shenanigans yet. Vern. Noivern replies to me. I see that Wulfric pumps his fist and says, Avalanche. I knew I had to move my dragon. Noivern quick use sky attack and rush Avalugg quick. Noivern envelopes himself in a gold aura and goes for Avalugg, which confused Wulfric, but the avalanche formed when Noivern hit Avalugg, not on top of Noivern though. I smile as I see the chunks of ice fall on Avalugg instead of Noivern, but I then flinch realizing I may have made a mistake. Wulfric pumps his fist and yells, Euro Ball. Avalugg. Avalugg shouts as he begins to spin in the ice, something that completely terrorized me. I saw how Noivern was hanging on for his life now. Suddenly I see as Noivern gets launched towards me with incredible speed and I have to call out something. Quick, spread your wings. I shout. Noivern does. As I command and opens up his wings, and just as I had planned, Noivern stopped moving like a shooting star about to hit me. What a relief, I say, as if Noivern kept going he would have hit me head on. Now it was time to execute my plan. Noivern used supersonic towards the roof, as loud as you can. I exclaim as I put my fist into the air. Noi. Viviriernen. Noivern sent a shrieking loud barrage of sound waves that made the gym start to shake with extreme intensity. Many people covered their ears as they heard the incredible sound. Soon though, I heard a faint crack and crumble. And just like I planned, the icicles from the roof began to fall to the ground. Hurricane. I shout through the supersonic with all my might as I put my arms outward. Noivern then flaps his wings and makes a giant wind appear throughout the entire gym that made people in the stands put their hands out and made my scarf choke me, but my goal was different. Now aim the hurricane to take those giant spiky icicles to Avalugg. I command while pumping my fist. Noivern aims the icicles and thrashes them to fall like a Draco meteor on Avalugg, causing a giant explosion that made fire in an ice arena. Avalugg. Wulfric exclaims in shock as I see my chance to finish this. Boomburst. Noi. Viviernen. Noivern shouts as he charges his ears and expulses a beam of sound waves. The tornadic-shaped beam streaks through the sky and strikes Avalugg right in the head. Avalugg. Avalugg groans in the ground with a shocked Wulfric watching the battle. Avalugg is unable to battle, the ref declares as he turns to Noivern. Noivern wins. Alright. I shout as I punch my fist into the sky. At the same time, I see Avalugg glow red and go back into his pokeball, which Wulfric put away in his belt. Stands. Yes. Serena stands up from her seat with Pikachu on her shoulder. Woo! Ash! Bonnie exclaims. Pikapi! Pikachu happily chants. Clement and Brock smiled, but then exchanged a worried glance knowing something powerful was coming since their talk with Wulfric that morning. Battlefield Normal POV. Ash, I have to admit, I am very impressed by your battle style, Wulfric said with a smile, arms crossed and eyes closed while looking down at the field. You completely outsmarted and cornered me. Wulfric then looked up, flashing his light blue eyes at Ash, "But I won't lose." Ash stared at Wulfric and smiled himself, "Then give me everything you have." Wulfric was intimidated by this. Ash was taking the role of the gym leader this time, as he was the one asking for the most Wulfric can do. This was enough to make Wulfric smirk, knowing this was a different Ash he was battling. "Who is this person I am battling?" Wulfric asked. "He is completely different from the one I battled 2 days ago." Ash then smiled, looked at Serena, who had a tint of pink in her cheeks, looked back at Wulfric and pumped his fist. "You are battling the real Ash." "This real Ash is very strong," Wulfric remarked with a smile. "Now show me his strongest." Wulfric then grabbed a pokeball from his belt and threw it into the sky. "Let's go, Abomasnow." "Abomasnow!" the giant Pokemon exclaimed as it fell to the ground. The Pokemon then sent another battle cry that shot a blast of wind that made Ash's scarf blow violently, and before everyone knew it, it was hailing indoors. Ash knew he had to give it his all now. "Noivern, let's set the bar even higher." "Vern! Boomburst, let's go!" Ash exclaimed. Noivern shot the beam out of his ears, and the beam streaked and hit Abomasnow in the chest. Abomasnow then crossed his arms and slid on the snow to protect himself from damage and looked back up with an amused expression. Wulfric then pumped his fist out and shouted, "Ice Shard!" Abomasnow launched fragments of ice through the ground air, and they were headed for the flying Soundwave Dragon. Ash quickly out his arm out and exclaimed, "Dodge it with your echolocation." Noivern quickly maneuvered through the air and used sound waves from his ears to dodge the incoming ice shards that seeked him in mid-air. One shard though hit Noivern, and there was an explosion, to which Noivern started falling from the sky. "Noivern no! Ice Punch!" Wulfric exclaimed. "Boma! Snow!" Abomasnow shouted as he hit Noivern in the head with a powerful freezing punch that made Noivern fall back into the snow, struggling to get up. Noi! Noivern strained as the hail caused him to feel very weak. Ash then called out to Noivern, "Noivern, I need you to get up, I know you can do this." Noivern slowly got up and stared down his opponent. Noivern then flapped his wings and took flight once more. Noivern used Supersonic to confuse him. Noivern shot a wave of sounds that were meant to hit the Abomasnow, but Wulfric had another plan. Ice Shard through the Supersonic. Abomasnow roared as he sent the ice missiles towards Noivern. This made Ash change his mind about something. Noivern quick used Boomburst to break apart the shards. Noivern made his ears shoot out the powerful beam, and they exploded into a lot of smoke that made Ash smirk. Use Sky Attack. A golden light was seen through the smoke, and Wulfric had to smirk at what he had to do. Abomasnow swing around a wood hammer. Wulfric exclaimed while pumping his fist. Abomasnow made a green log with his arm and started swinging around and around. When Noivern came by with Sky Attack, Abomasnow's log met with Noivern's head on attack. The two strained for a second until suddenly the wood hammer gave through and launched Noivern into the sky defenseless. Ice Shard. Abomasnow shot 5 shards that instantly streaked and hit Noivern, which made the Soundwave Dragon fall in a large explosion in front of Ash. Noivern! Ash shouted in worry. The ref noticed that Noivern was not moving and made his call. Noivern is unable to battle, Abomasnow wins. Ash took out his Pokeball and materialized his dragon back. "Thank you for your great effort out there, take a good rest." "So, it seems we are in the same boat?" Wulfric asked while giving a toothy grin. "Hee hee," Ash replied, very amused. "It seems so." Ash then reached into his belt and grabbed a Pokeball. Ash looked at this Pokeball with interest, as there was a large amount of power radiating from it. It was the same Pokeball this Pokemon decided to be in when Ash first caught it, and Ash knew he had to use him. "My last Pokemon. Greninja, I choose you." The Pokeball was thrown into the air, and from it came a bright light that turned into a blue bipedal frog that had a large tongue scarf in his neck and also had a white abdomen. This Pokemon also had shuriken markings on its legs. "Ninja," he said with crossed arms. "Stands." Serena looked at Ash and Greninja and put her hands together. Ash, take care. Battlefield. So your Frogadier evolved into Greninja, Wulfric said with crossed arms. Very well then. We are so much more powerful now, Wulfric, Ash smirked as he pumped his fist. Let me show you what we can do. Ninja, Greninja said as he uncrossed his arms and put one in front of him while the other behind him in a battle stance. Greninja then had some blue sparks from the hail hit him, but the badassness of Greninja made him ignore it. The referee ordered for the battle to resume, so Ash took the first move. Greninja, let's begin our first battle together strong. Use Water Pulse. What happened next was not Water Pulse. Greninja reached to its legs that had shuriken marks and made 2 shurikens made of water with his hands and threw them to Abomasnow like discs. Ash looked wide-eyed as the attack collided and made a lot of damage to Abomasnow, who fell back in pain. Ash checked his Pokédex to be met with a new move. Awesome, Greninja learned Water Shuriken. Ninja, Greninja smiled under his scarf and pumped his fist at Ash. Right. Use Aerial Ace. Gren. Ninja. Greninja jabs Abomasnow in the torso with a white glowing fist. Snow. Jaw. Hits the jaw. Boma. Ninja. Hits the groin with a kick. Abomasnow. Gren. Hits the top of the head with a punch and then falls with his foot and hits the top of the head down. Neen. Abomasnow. Gren. Neen Ninja. Hits the torso again, then the upper right chest and then the lower left abdomen with a powerful kick. Abomasnow. Abomasnow grunted in pain as he was on his knees in front of Wulfric. Impressive, Wulfric mouthed his words in shock as to how powerful Greninja was. Use Ice Punch. Abomasnow got up and made his fist glow blue. Then Abomasnow headed for Greninja. Heads up Greninja, double team. Just as Abomasnow was going to hit Greninja, Greninja split into many copies and Abomasnow tried hitting all of them at the same time. One by one, every copy disappeared, but Greninja was nowhere to be seen. What? A perplexed Wulfric asked. Ash then threw his fist out, now Aqua Blade. Greninja appeared like a blur behind Abomasnow and made a dark blue kunai with his webbed hand and slammed the blade into Abomasnow's back, making him fall in front of Wulfric completely dazed. Wulfric looked at the battle quite amused because he now felt motivated to do something he has not done since his battle with Callum. Ash, Wulfric started. You have pushed me to the limit, so let me show you exactly how far I will go. Wulfric grabbed the necklace he had on and opened it, revealing a keystone. Ash's eye widened. Keystone. Ninja. Abomasnow, show your power. Wulfric exclaimed as he squeezed the keystone with all his power. Mega Evolve. Abomasnow then revealed his Mega Stone and the special stones began to show prongs out and glow. The prongs that connected and glowed white as Abomasnow began to change to look larger and more menacing on all fours. Abomasnow now had more snow covering him and behind him were 4 large crystals on his back. Abomasnow. Abomasnow, now Mega Evolved, cried with a deafening roar. Ash then smirked, then we will set the bar even higher. Water Shuriken. Greninja took out his shurikens and launched them at Abomasnow. Ice Punch. Wulfric exclaimed as Abomasnow made a freezing punch that slammed into the water shurikens, creating a small explosion. Now use Wood Hammer. Abomasnow made a green log with his arm and started charging Greninja, which is something Ash did not like. Surround him with double team and then follow up with Aerial Ace. Ash shouted as he spread out his arms. Gren 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 Gren, Greninja spread into a lot of copies around Abomasnow that ran around. Greninja. Greninja shouted as he and his copies made all 4 limbs glow white and then charged Abomasnow. Wulfric saw the threat and decided to be fast. Spin around. Aboma. Snow. Abomasnow swung around the green log and hit the copies until eventually the real one got hit and fell in front of Ash dazed. Ninja, Greninja groaned in the ground as he got to his knees. Then, Greninja pumped his fist at Ash. Power connecting. Ash and Greninja then both put their left fist in front of each other. Greninja, let's win this together. Ash exclaimed as he and Greninja pumped both their fists at their sides. Ash shouted as Greninja began to shoot a torrent of water around him. Suddenly, Greninja's tongue turned blue and there was a lot of features included like the red fins and the lightning bolt in the edge of Greninja's face. Significantly, the torrent turned into a huge pair of wings around Greninja's back and then solidified into a giant water shuriken. Greninja then crossed his arms and yelled, "Ninja!" Ash and Wulfric were both stunned and the ref was also speechless. Stands. What was that? Somebody yelled. I have never seen anything like this, another yelled. Brock had too much bottled up inside at this point, what the actual foo dash. Language. Clement stopped Brock from talking anymore while pointing at Bonnie. What the actual FCK? Bonnie shrieked in excitement. The second Bonnie's words entered Clement's ears, Clement let out a large shriek of disgust. The legend, it was him. Serena said wide-eyed while staring at Greninja that had just transformed into Ash Greninja. Battlefield playing Night Court Angel with a shotgun. What is this power, Ash? Wulfric asked with a smirk liking the challenge. Get out your guns, battle's begun, are you a saint or sinner? Ash smirked and pumped his fist, which Greninja did at the same time. I don't know what it is. But I dig it. Yes, this is a Beyblade reference. Ash then put his arms out and behind his back, water shuriken. Greninja did the same and grabbed the giant water shuriken on his back and launched it at Abomasnow. The shuriken made contact and sawed Abomasnow, who got sent flying by the shuriken. Now use Aqua Blade. Greninja made his dark blue blades show up and jumped into the air to try and hit Abomasnow. If love's a fight, then I shall die, with my heart on a trigger. Ice Shard. Wulfric exclaims while putting his arm out. Abomasnow gets up and shoots the missile-like shards and makes them head towards Greninja. They say before you start a war, you better know what you're fighting for. Ash then looks at what he has to do and smirks. If love is what you need, Ash narrows his eyes. A Greninja I will be. I am an angel with a shotgun. Fighting, till the war's won. Ash is swinging his arms like Greninja does his blades, left, right, 360 turn, cross in front of his face. I don't care if heaven won't take me back. I'll throw away my faith, babe, just to keep you safe, don't you know you're everything I have. Ice Punch Water Shuriken. Both Pokemon take out their respective moves and start swinging. Greninja being more on the defensive side as the freezing punches come through. And I want to live, not just survive. Tonight. Greninja. Greninja shouts as he gets a great swing that stops the ice punch and hits Abomasnow, thus hitting him back. Double team. Ash shouts. Gren Gren Gren. Greninja splits into many copies of himself while Abomasnow gets up. Aerial Ace. Ash shouts as he sees through Greninja's vision where he needs to attack. Would hammer spin all the way around. Wulfric exclaimed while pumping his fist and putting his other arm out. Abomasnow did just that and spun around in a dangerous pace, thus causing the charging Greninja to get hit. Ash then felt the pain course through him and he grabbed his arm in pain. I'm an angel with a shotgun, fighting, till the war's won, I don't care if heaven won't take me back. Ash did not give up though and he looked up, use Aqua Blade. Greninja. Greninja shouted while charging Abomasnow with his dark blue kunais. Ice Punch, let's go. Abomasnow hit Greninja in the blades and froze them over with Ice Punch, giving Ash an idea, Greninja throw the blades. Ash then made throwing motions with his hands as he threw the blades that hit Abomasnow. Now let's finish this, Aerial Ace. Ash shouted as Greninja and he raised their legs in a large kick, and with white limbs Greninja slammed into Abomasnow with everything he had. Ja Ninja. Greninja. Snoo. Abomasnow was being battered by the hits and falls over in front of his trainer, barely moving. "Let's finish this, water shuriken!" Ash shouted as he put his arms out behind him. Greninja unleashed his shuriken and made it grow to a size 6 times larger than Greninja himself. "And I want to live, not just survive." Wulfric was at a loss of words as to what was happening. Greninja then threw the shuriken with every piece of might he had. The water shuriken streaked towards Abomasnow. "And I want to hide, hide." The shuriken is about to hit the giant snow monster. "Hide my wings tonight." Boom! The giant water shuriken slams into Abomasnow and causes a huge explosion that left everyone in the crowds completely speechless. "My ice, he absolutely F-ked it," Wulfric remarked. On the ground was Abomasnow. In his regular form. Defeated. Abomasnow is unable to battle, Greninja wins. The ref exclaimed. "Which means the win goes to Ash the challenger." Wulfric was stunned, but quietly returned his giant snow monster to his Pokeball. "All right," Ash exclaimed as he ran into the ice field and embraced Greninja, who returned to his normal form. Then Ash high-fived the aquatic frog. Ash then turned to the stands and saw more or less 40 people clapping. He moved his eyes to where he last saw his companions, but they were not there. Pikachu. Pikachu tackled Ash to a hug from behind, startling him, but Ash smiled and returned the embrace as well. "Hey bud, nice to see you again," Ash said as he petted his electric rodent. "Great job, Ash, that was amazing," Clement exclaimed. "To know you had the legend the whole time." "What do you mean, Ash?" "Ash, that was the best I have ever seen you, clearly a better battle than last time," Brock told Ash with a smile. Ash POV. "Ash, that was so awesome, you and Greninja kicked some butt," Bonnie shouted. "Nen." Diden agreed with Bonnie from his pouch. "I thanked them and looked at the last person that was waiting to congratulate me. Serena. She stood there with a smile, one that meant she was proud of me. Who am I kidding? This was only possible because of her, she deserves something. I put out my fist for a fist bump." Scroll down again, smiley face. "I mentally curse myself." She goes to accept the fist bump. FCK it. As her fist is about to touch mine, I unravel my fist and get a grip in her hand and pull her into a hug. I notice Clement and Brock smile and Bonnie smirk. I could guess Serena was blushing. Probably because I brought her this close to me, so I whisper in her ear something, "Thanks for bringing me back." I felt Serena tense up and then relax, and then I heard a shy, "Why, you're welcome." I could tell she was probably not comfortable, so I parted the hug and smiled at her. Her face was all red, but I could see happiness in her look, so I was happy with that. "That really was an amazing battle, Ash. Now that you have shown to me your true power, I can give this to you with confidence." I hear a new voice and notice it belonged to Wulfric, who is walking up to me with a pillow in his hands. "For proof of your victory here in the Snowbell Gym, I present to you the Iceberg Badge. Go ahead and take it." I look at the hexagonal badge presented to me and pick it up, "Thanks, Wulfric." I then look at my friends and exclaim while jumping. "All right. I got the Iceberg Badge. Pi Pikachu. Ninja." I then pull out my badge case and put the last badge I needed on there. As soon as I close it, the badges glisten to the light. Wulfric then speaks up to me, "So, I am guessing you are going for the Kalos League, right?" "You bet," I exclaim as I shake hands with Wulfric for a thank you note on a fun and great battle. Later that night, normal POV. Serena walks up to the door of the Pokemon Center and overhears what Ash is saying. "Alright guys, next up is the Kalos League, are you guys ready?" Pika. Tile. Gro. Ninja. Vern. Gudra. Ash smiled at his team and jumped with a fist out to the sky, then let's win. And with that, Ash's Pokemon shared one more battle cry, and Ash knew all of his Pokemon are ready to take on the Kalos League, Pokemon Center at Snowbell City. Ash, Serena, Clement, Bonnie and Brock all had their backpacks ready to go and they were in front of the door of the Pokemon Center. Ready? Brock asked with glee as he went up to the door to open it. The others nodded as they were going to follow him out the door. Suddenly, something caught Ash's eye, causing everyone to look back at what Ash was focusing on. Ash's eyes were glued to the television set on the wall of the Pokemon Center. It announced the Kalos League. A feminine voice then narrated over a picture of a hexagonal stadium that had a circle in the middle that led to a dark abyss which had two paths leading to it and what looked like a large trainer box. There was 3 stories of seats that looked like they could harbor around 250,000 people, and it looked like there was a village around the stadium where Ash assumed the participants and fans stayed. The Kalos League will be starting real soon. After the trainers attempt to defeat the Victory Road, we will be left with the perfect amount of trainers to start the tournament. The feminine voice called out. The league stadium looks amazing, Ash said, turning to Clement, who had a bright smile looking at the television. Ash then looked at Pikachu. Pikachu, are you ready to win it? Pikachu. Pikachu shouted while pumping a small yellow fist and gathering electricity on his cheeks, thus making Ash smile. Clement scratched the back of his head sheepishly and pointed to the picture. The actual design of the stadium was designed by me. Brock, Serena, Bonnie, Ash and Pikachu looked at Clement with a surprised look. Clement then turned to Ash and continued explaining, I developed the programming software for the random battlefields and I also made it so that the scoreboard had a nice design while displaying the Pokemon. Clement and then smiled, and the fact that I also made the idea of making it hexagonal is so that everyone can have a great view of the battle. Brock then put a hand on his chin as he thought about something. Then, the television roared again. The Kalos League will begin with the Victory Road Challenge, which was recently constructed in Lumio City. A cave is shown that depicts a mountain that leads up to the stadium and village that houses the actual Lumios conference. The Victory Road will begin at Prism Tower in a few days. Hope to see challengers there. With that, the television screen went black as Ash had shining eyes. Ash then turned to everyone, I am ready for the league. Who is ready to cheer us on? Pika. I am. Everyone else shouted while putting a fist in the air. Then let's go. Ash shouted, being the first one out the door and into the snowy weather of Snowbell City. Ash picked up the pace and with Pikachu on his shoulders, he began to run towards the route that leads back to Lumios. Wait for me. Serena exclaimed with a pink tint in her cheeks as she ran after her crush. Brock and Bonnie followed behind, also running to catch up with the raven-haired teenager. Wait. Can we not run? Clement asked as he ran, or what he thought was running, behind the group, lagging behind completely. Okay, so, this chapter will be mysterious as hell, but I need you guys to know this is not a filler. What happens here will play a huge factor in the league. Now, one character here has a happy and always smiling counterpart, but he will be OOC for now. In fact, do not expect this guy to go in character until further into the story. Oh yeah, this chapter contains 2 gym battles of 2 different people, by the way. I prefer it to do this than a filler with the normal gang. Hope you guys enjoy. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokemon. Chapter 23, I won't smile until I can see her safe again. Tower of Mastery, Shalar City. The battlefield was populated with 2 trainers in their trainer boxes. Both trainers held serious faces as they stood ready to battle. The referee was a bald man that had white robes on. One could call him a Master of Mega Evolution, since he is known to be the keeper of the scroll at the Tower of Mastery. The Tower of Mastery was known as a great location for people that are fascinated with the origins and history of Mega Evolution. Of course, the tower also housed the Shalar City Gym, which is ran by the gym leader Corona. This was what was about to go down in the gym too. So you think you can beat me and get the Rumble badge? A blonde girl with a well-built body taunted. She had roller skating gear and even some roller skates on her shoes. She had pale skin and blue eyes, and she stood tall with arms crossed in her trainer box. She then shifted her gaze at her opponent. Ashura, right? I accept your challenge. The raven-haired man we know as Ashura stood in his battle box with a serious expression on his face. Don't be too stubborn, Korona. I know you are a gym leader, but you clearly underestimate my power. Do you question my authority as gym leader? Korona asked back with a sour expression. Korona then put on a fighting pose by lifting her leg up in a kick. I will not be a pushover, Ashura, try to defeat me. Korona then turned to the man acting as referee. Grandpa, get this show on the road. The man looked at the two trainers and carefully eyed Ashura. Something about the way he acted did not sound good to him. Ashura then turned to the referee, noticing his alarmed expression. Gherkin, my friend, let me show you what I can really do with one of my strongest Pokemon. The man we now know as Gherkin nodded and raised his hand. This will be a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. This match will be over when 3 Pokemon on either side are unable to continue. Additionally, only the challenger is allowed to perform substitutions. Gherkin then turned to the trainers. Do all trainers agree? Ashura and Korona nodded. Trainers, choose your first Pokemon. I will go first. Korona exclaimed as she put on a battle pose with her hands out. She then took out a Pokeball and threw it at the field. Go Minsheo. The Pokeball opened and from it came a bright flashing light that turned into a Minsheo. The Minsheo then made a battle cry as he waved his whip-like arms around. Ashura stood there with arms crossed. I guess this Pokemon will do. Ashura then grabbed the Pokeball with all his might and threw it onto the field. Go Aegislash. From the Pokeball, the light turned into a shield and blade-like Pokemon that floated ready for battle in attack mode, not defense mode as people would expect. The Pokemon also stood there silently, which was very peculiar as it would have been expected to make a battle cry. Gherkin carefully eyed the Aegislash with a suspicious expression on his face. Gherkin then turned to Ashura. Challenger makes the first move. Ashura looked at Aegislash and then Minsheo and already figured out a plan to defeat the bipedal fighting type. Gherkin then put his hand down. Battle begin. Battle music start. Ashura, Aegislash, versus Korona, Minsheo. So, you are looking for the type advantage? My Pokemon have more than just fighting type. Moves. Korona smiled as she taunted Ashura. Ashura smirked. Stubborn little girl, aren't you? It is a shame that you barely know any fighting type moves because this particular Aegislash is actually weak to fighting. Gherkin instantly went wide-eyed at what Ashura said. Without any time, Ashura called out his first move after he pumped his fist, Sludge Bomb. Aegislash then shot a purple ball at Minsheo. Unable to comprehend what was going on, Korona was completely immobilized as she watched Minsheo take the entire hit in a large explosion. When the smoke cleared, Minsheo was standing with purple electricity going around his body and what looked like bubbles coming from the mouth. Poison no. Korona exclaimed in shock as she watched how Minsheo was clearly poisoned. Gherkin obviously was coming up with explanations for this as he looked over at the Aegislash. How does Aegislash know that move, unless... Could this even be an Aegislash? Gherkin thought as he watched Korona give out her counter-attack. Korona then put her fist out and exclaimed, Minsheo use Focus Blast. Mean. Shao. Minsheo shouted as he made a yellow orb between his hands. After that, Minsheo threw the orb straight at Aegislash expecting the move to cause damage. The yellow orb pierced the sky and before it hit, Ashura made sure this move caused no damage at all. Aegislash dodged it by using Night Slash on the orb and hit it down, then use your speed and hit Minsheo with a strong Night Slash, Ashura commanded with arms crossed and a bored expression. The Aegislash made his blade glow purple and then he moved at a fast speed towards the Focus Blast. Gherkin's eyes widened. No, Aegislash would never be this fast. Aegislash then did his orders with ease. He jumped over the Focus Blast by hitting the sphere to the ground and with great speed and agility, Aegislash went into the sky with a great amount of speed that made Korona look at the Aegislash in complete awe. Aegislash then slammed the purple blade into the Minsheo and it went flying past Korona at an unbelievable speed. Minsheo no. Korona exclaimed as the bipedal purple fighting type slammed across the wall in a small cloud of smoke. Mean Sheo. The Pokemon groaned as he stood back up. Suddenly purple electricity marks appeared on the Pokemon, and with that he fell to the ground unconscious due to poisoning. Gherkin looked at Mean Sheo and knew he had to make the call. Mean Sheo is unable to battle, Aegislash wins. Ashura looked at Gherkin with a smirk, knowing that the elder master of Mega Evolution figured out his little strategy. Korona though, she recalled Mean Sheo with a completely confused face. Korona then turned to Ashura and asked, Sludge Bomb. How? Ashura just looked down, it is something that you have to figure out. Ashura then shifted his gaze at Korona and shrugged his shoulders, do you want to continue? Korona did not speak a word as she put a Pokeball in front of her and threw it. The Pokemon that came out of the Pokeball was a Machoke, Macho, he cried in pride. Ashura smiled, a Machoke, native to my home region. This time, we won't lose. Use Dynamic Punch. Korona exclaimed as she put her hands out. Machoke charged the Aegislash with a great amount of power and then made his fist glow white as he was ready to slam it into the shield-like Pokemon. Ashura put his hand out and exclaimed, counter it with Night Slash. Aegislash made his blade glow purple, and then the two moves collided with sparks flying, and with that Night Slash overpowered and made Machoke fall back in complete pain. Ashura then made his next command, now use Flamethrower. Gherkin looked at Aegislash with a large amount of confirmation over his theory. The Aegislash charged up a jet of flames and blasted towards the Machoke that was in front of Korona in pain. Flamethrower. Korona gasped as she recoiled and looked at the attack come at her Pokemon. Korona then put her arm out, palm down, and shouted, Stone Edge, break through the attack. Choke. Machoke shouted as he pounded the ground, made a barrage of blue rocks appear from the ground with great power. The Stone Edge then pierced the Flamethrower due to the material of the attack, and the Stone Edge then continued onto the exposed Aegislash. Jump on that Stone Edge. Ashura exclaimed while pumping his fist with one hand. Aegislash then made himself go airborne and with great ability, but suspicious movement since it looked like a Pokemon that floats was being affected by gravity. Aegislash jumped on the Stone Edge and delivered a nasty position for Machoke. Finish it off with Night Slash. Aegislash swiftly made the blade become purple and with that slammed it into the chest of Machoke. Machoke fell back in pain in front of Korona. Machoke, get up. Korona exclaimed with hope. Machoke. Machoke got to his knees. Macho. Machoke fell unconscious on the floor of the battlefield. Machoke no. Korona recoiled seeing her Pokemon be defeated so easily. Gherkin instantly also made the call, Machoke is unable to battle, Aegislash wins. Korona once again silently recalls her defeated fighting type. Ashura just looked at Korona and claimed, Korona, you have so much to learn in being a Pokemon battler. So much to learn. Korona then looked at her challenger that was actually teaching her a lesson. I am doing this to clean up a mess that I made some time ago. I don't know if I will be forgiven, but I will try my best. Ashura then smiled at his young gym leader. Give me your strongest and show me what you can do. Gherkin looked at Ashura with interest. There was an aura of a strong person that had a nice past, until something clouded it with pain and agony. Korona looked at Ashura with awe and narrowed her eyes. Korona then gripped a Pokeball from her belt and looked at it with great determination. Looking back at Ashura she smirked, Lucario, let's go. The Pokeball soared in the sky and from it came a Pokemon that was bipedal with a fighting-like stature. The Pokemon also had a glove-like feature with a Lucarionite to Ashura's surprise. Rio. Luca. The Lucario shouted in a battle cry. Ah, a Lucario, it looks powerful, in fact it reminds me of a good friend, Ashura replied with a smile. Aegislash, are you ready? Aegislash to everyone's surprise turned to Ashura and put his blade in the air while giving out a small cry, Zora. Gherkin's eyes went wide when he heard the cry, obviously knowing that the Aegislash was not even an Aegislash at All, but a Zoroark. You can cut the disguise Zoroark, Ashura said. I want this battle to actually involve your true facade. The Aegislash then began to glow purple out of nowhere. Slowly, materializing into another shape, the Aegislash became its true identity, a werewolf-like bipedal Pokémon with black fur. The Pokémon also had some blood-red claws and a long hairstyle with a blue sphere near the bottom along with red hair at the ends. The Zoroark eyed his opponent as his hair waved as aura projected as wind from Lucario's strong stance. Corina looked surprised as she saw the transformation. She knew she needed to go all out, so she went for her keystone. Lucario. Mega Evolve. Lucario then growled as he turned white and began to grow. The spikes he had on his body became larger and the ends of his limbs became red. The 4 prongs Lucario had behind his head also grew substantially and developed some red coloring as well. Notably, Lucario's eyes became red too. At the sight of the Mega Evolution, Ashura could not help but smirk at the confrontation. Power-up punch. Corina exclaimed as she made a fighting pose. Luca. Lucario leaped into the air with ease and made his fist glow a fire-like coloration. Lucario waved his fist around as he soared to make himself stronger. Ashura gave no call as Lucario slammed his fit from the air into Zoroark. Ashura smiled as he saw that Zoroark stumbled back a bit. We are not done, Aura Sphere. Ashura saw Lucario formed a blue sphere of energy in between his hands and put his hand out, counter it quick, Sludge Bomb. Zoroark made his hands form a purple sphere and with that he launched it at the incoming blue sphere of energy. The gap closed between the two orbs and there was an explosion in the middle of the battlefield. Ashura then made his counter-attack, Zoroark get up close and use Night Slash. Corina then put her fist out, Bone Rush, quick. Both Pokémon made their blades, Zoroark making purple ones with his hands while Lucario made 2 bones which he was using as kunais. The gap closed between the Pokémon and they stood at a duel between Night Slash and Bone Rush. Lucario put on a more defensive approach while Zoroark countered all of the hits that came his way. Both Pokémon then backflipped back to their trainers with great power. Aura Sphere. Corina shouted as she threw her hand out. Luca. Rio. Lucario charged the Aura Sphere and then made it go at an amazing speed at Zoroark. Zoroark had no time to dodge and got consumed in the sphere. The sphere then sent the Zoroark to the sky with great power and exploded. Ashura narrowed his eyes as Zoroark fell to the ground and pumped his fist, Flamethrower, let's go. Zora. Zoroark shouted as he launched the barrage of flames from his mouth at the fighting steel Pokémon. Knowing this would be fatal, Corina put on another martial arts pose and shouted, Bone Rush, quick. Lucario summoned his 2 bones in each hand and put it in front of him as the attack approached. Then, Lucario put the bones in front of him as the flamethrower collided, completely slicing the flames harmlessly. From that, Zoroark stopped the jet of flames as he reached the ground and landed with both legs and 1 arm. Gherkin instantly smiled watching the battle between the two. Bone Rush again. Night Slash. Ashura exclaimed as he put his fist out. The Pokémon again met in the middle, but this time it was a stalemate. Night Slash thought broke through and Lucario back-flipped with his bones in a defensive way as Zoroark went after him again. Zoroark again collided his purple blade with the bone, but as he went to get a real strike with his other arm, Lucario jumped out of the way. The collisions caused sparks that ignited the field. Zoroark then retreated to be in front of his trainer, smirking wildly. Both trainers then with determined faces shouted their next attack, FLAMETHROWR. Metal Sound. Luca. Rio. Lucario clapped his hands together making a group of terrible sounding sound waves. Zora. Zoroark launched a beam of flames towards Lucario. The 2 beams were in a stalemate until eventually the flamethrower was pushed back and slammed into Zoroark. Corina then looked at her Lucario and said, let's finish this. Aura Sphere. Lucario launched his beam, but Ashura already had Zoroark ready for the final attack. Zoroark use Night Daze! Ashura exclaimed as he threw a punch into the ground. Zoroark did the same while covered in a dark aura. Suddenly, a huge dark shock wave came out in all 360 degrees, destroying the aura sphere and consuming Lucario completely. Lucario got pushed back into a wall and made a huge dent on it as he reverted back to his original form and slid down unconscious. Lucario is unable to battle, Zoroark wins, which means the win goes to Ashura. Gherkin exclaims. He is proud of his granddaughter despite the upset of the lost. Gherkin knew from the way Ashura battled that the man was probably even stronger than even a champion. Corona praised Lucario as she recalled him. At the same time Ashura praised his Zoroark for the hard battling and recalled him too. That was a really good battle, I did not expect you to be that strong, Corona explained as she walked up to Ashura. Yeah, I was not expecting you to be that good either, you truly are a good gym leader Corona, Ashura genuinely said. Corona then pulled a badge out of her pocket and presented it to Ashura, this is the Rumble badge. Go on and take it as proof of victory at the Shalar gym. Ashura accepted the badge and put it on his case. All 8 badges that are in the case glistened at the light. You have 8, Corona started. That means Kalos League? Ashura smirked. I don't need to do it, but I feel like I have to. I need to battle someone there, he is very strong and I have to make amends with him. Corona nodded at Ashura's response in understanding. Ash, I need to make things right with you, Ashura thought to himself. Onistar City Gym. A raging battle was going on inside of the sundial. The gym was lit in vibrant colors as there was 4 Pokemon on the field that had a clock under it. 2 of the Pokemon belonged to the gym leader who was Olympia. She had 2 Meowstic, 1 female and 1 male, and they were battling against 2 Pokemon that even Olympia did not recognize. These Pokemon were battling with their tan-skinned trainer who had green hair, orange sneakers, yellow shorts and a black shirt that had a little curve at the top. Notably, the trainer had a bracelet with an orange crystal on it. One of the Pokemon was a large bipedal tiger that had a belt that had fire power while the other resembled a Raichu, but it was floating in its tail. The 2 Meowstic managed to hit the 2 Pokemon with Dark Pulse and both of them fell in front of their trainer barely able to battle. The trainer grew stressed watching his Pokemon being defeated, Incineroar. Raichu. Come on, stand up. Roar. The tiger that the trainer referred to as Incineroar groaned as he got to his knees in pain. Rai. Raichu also groaned in pain as he could barely get himself back in the air to surf on his tail again. The trainer saw the state of his Pokemon and clenched his fist while gritting his teeth. Through the adrenaline he was trembling. He was forcing himself to win at all costs, there was no way that anyone would even stand in his way. The trainer then looked at his Pokemon and said, "Get up please, if not for me. Then for Lily." Like if magic happened, both the Raichu and the Incineroar got back up and put on a battle stance. They were still exhausted, but they wanted to win at all costs. At the trainer's statement Olympia found herself in a vision as her eye grew a light blue color. After a couple seconds, she found herself in reality and looked at the trainer. "How?" she said while looking at the trainer that was called How. "You used to smile." How looked at Olympia and kept his fists clenched. Suddenly he exclaimed, "And I won't. I won't smile until I can see her safe again." How then pumped his fist and looked at Raichu. Raichu used Psyshock on the male. Rai. Raichu shouted as he got on his tail and started flying up. Rai. Choo. Raichu shouted while giving out a spur of pink beams out. The pink beams seeked the mostly blue Meowstic and caused an explosion. "Meowstic, are you okay?" Olympia asked the male cat. "Meow." The feline shouted as he got back up from the Psyshock still recovering. Suddenly, Olympia smirked and when How looked up, he knew why. A future sight that Olympia had used some time ago had activated and was about to pelt on Incineroar and Raichu. How looked around fast and when he found the solution, How put his arm out and commanded, Incineroar, get on top of Raichu and cover him. Roar! Olympia watched in shock as the Incineroar gave out a battle cry and put himself on top of the mouse Pokemon. The future sight then hit the back of the tiger-like Pokemon and caused a large explosion. When the smoke cleared, Olympia had expected the two Pokemon to be unable to battle, but to her surprise Incineroar got back up from his position and looked at the Meowstic with a determined face. But how? Olympia asked, completely awestruck. How just looked seriously at Incineroar and said, Incineroar is a dark type, he is completely immune to any psychic type attacks. How the? Put his fist out. Raichu get the female with Thunderbolt. Incineroar used Darkest Lariat on the male. Raichu made himself go into the air with an electric aura that crackled. The Raichu then launched the electric beam at the mostly white feline. The electric beam pierced the air and caused the Meowstic to get hit in an explosion. Incineroar also made himself get enveloped in an aura, but a dark one this time. The dark aura caused Incineroar to charge the male Meowstic. Incineroar then crashed into the male Meowstic, completely making it fall in pain in front of Olympia. Olympia raised her hand as the two Meowstic struggled to get up and commanded, use Helping Hand and Dark Pulse. One of the Meowstic, the male one, then gave the other a gold aura while the female charged up a dark spiral beam in her hands. After charging it up, the super-powered beam was expelled with great power. Quick, use Thunderbolt! How exclaimed as he pointed at the Pokemon he was battling. Raichu! Raichu shot his beam of electricity which streaked the sky and went to counter the Dark Pulse directly. The gap closed between the two beams as the Pokemon struggled to keep the attacks viable. The attacks kept going and eventually the Dark Pulse began to overpower and creep up on Raichu. Raichu, dodge and surf your way out of danger! How exclaimed. Raichu stopped his attack, but before the Dark Pulse hit, Raichu went off the ground and started surfing over the dark beam. Only for the Dark Pulse to curve upwards and follow Raichu thanks to Keen Eye. How then got an idea, nose dive towards the Meowstic. Raichu then did as he was told and began to dive until at the last second. Now! How shouted as he pumped his fist. Raichu got back on his tail and leveled off, but the Dark Pulse kept going and hit the Meowstic that were under it. Both felines fell back in pain. How clever, Olympia said in an unamused tone as she saw her Pokemon get up from the attack barely standing. Olympia then out her hand out, use Psyshock. Mew! Both felines shouted as they charged up their attack and perked up their ears. Suddenly, they shot the pink beams towards the Raichu recklessly, which is what How wanted the whole time. Incineroar, take the hit. Roar! Incineroar shouted as he got in front of Raichu and took the Psyshock dead on. The smoke cleared and Incineroar was still there standing with no damage taken due to his fire type. Let's finish this. How called out as he began to make movement with his arms. Incineroar then got enveloped in an aura that was passed from How. Then How shouted, Z-move. Malicious Moonslaught. Roar! Incineroar shouted in a deafening battle cry and then jumped on top of the Meowstic that were watching in awe with Olympia. Incineroar then fell on both felines in a wrestling-like manner that caused an explosion in the middle of the battlefield. When the smoke cleared and Incineroar got out of the way, it was evident that the Meowstic were unconscious and completely defeated. Both Meowstic are unable to battle, which means the winner is How, the referee announced. How felt a small smile curve up to his lips, but then frowned as he praised and recalled his Pokemon because he remembered the real purpose of his travel. Meowstic, you battled bravely, now take a good rest, Olympia said as she recalled her Pokemon into red energy and then they got Seked into their Pokeballs. A little later. How was in the Pokemon Center at a video phone and he dialed up a number. The screen showed static until suddenly a female voice broke the static as the monitor began to portray a green-haired, light-tanned with green-eyed teenaged girl. Hello? How? How looked and the girl and with a soft tone replied, Mallow, I just wanted to know how my sister was doing. Mallow sighed and looked at How with a sad face. Nothing has changed, Lily is still on life support. The surgery price has not changed either. Mallow then decided to look at How and ask, how did it go in the gym battle? How pulled out his badge case and showed Mallow all 8 badges collected. I got them all. Now I need to. How clenched his fists as he said the next part, get past the round of top 32 in the Kalos League so I can get the prize money that comes with passing on to the last phase. I did my research now that they updated the information of the Kalos League and the prize money is just enough to get me back to Alola and get the surgery done. I can't lose, so much is at stake. Mallow looked at How with a worried expression on her face. She had known How for so long now and through the time they spent together she developed feelings for the How she once knew, an optimistic one, a person that smiled all the time and was so relaxed even when there was trouble. She knew that person still existed, but the only way he would come back is if Lily gets the surgery to save her done. Mallow then spoke up, How, you used to be so happy. Remember when you and Kiawe had that battle in which Incineroar, then a Litten, actually used Infernal Overdrive on his first try? How remembered the memory and tried to smile, but his muscles just would not move. His temporalis was just never stimulated to smile like it used to. Still, How replied to Mallow, I know, I remember that. How then looked down and clenched his fists again. Mallow, what if I don't win? What if I don't find a way to save Lily? Mallow looked at How sadly, How you will do it. Your sister believes in you, your friends believe in you. Your Pokemon all are with you, and I believe in you. How took in everything that was said inside. Look Mallow, I am sorry for waking you up this late, I know you are in Hoenn time over there in Alola. I was just worried that's all, thanks for being there for me, How replied genuinely. Mallow had sparkling eyes at seeing How thank her like that. Mallow then gave a smile, it doesn't matter when you wake me up, I will be here for you always. How then looked at Mallow for the last time and said, thanks again, good night. Good night How. Take care. With that, the video call ended and How slumped against the wall and took a deep breath. Almost there, How whispered to himself. That night en route to Lumiose. The gang had set up 2 tents, one for the boys and one for the girls. With that, Brock and Clement were cleaning up the dishes after they had finished dinner some time ago. Serena went to put Bonnie to sleep and after succeeding, she returned to see the boys watching certain raven-haired trainer training. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Pikachu exclaimed as he ripped a lot of electricity through a stream that was next to the campsite. Ash had decided to jump in the stream as well as he trained with 2 of his Pokemon. Just as the Thunderbolt was about to hit a certain pseudo-legendary dragon, Ash put his fist out, Gudra, counter it with your thunder. Goo. Dare. Gudra shouted as he shot an electric beam at the Thunderbolt. The electric beams interacted with each other and then dispersed into thin air. Ash then pointed at the sky, Gudra use Rain Dance. Gudra shot his battle cry at the sky, thus summoning clouds that slowly began to pour down rain which dampened Ash. Wow, Ash is getting fired up, Brock replied as he looked at the battle. Clement smirked, after I finish the dishes I am going to help train him. Brock's face then lit up, me too, Serena though, she had an agitated look on her face as she ran up to the boys and seeing as the rain was damping Ash. With a towel in hand, Serena threw it at Ash while exclaiming, Ash, you are going to catch a cold. Dry yourself. Ash's focus stopped being in the battle as he turned to catch the towel in time and hear Serena's advice. Brock, of course, he looked at Serena and chuckled at how the performer took care of the trainer. Brock then stepped in and said, Serena, relax, that is just a myth, take it from a Pokemon doctor. Serena then turned to Brock and simply said, you sure? My mother always told me that you would. Brock just chuckled, it is just a myth, you need to be exposed to an actual infectious agent to even catch a cold. Just because his hair is wet does not mean he got exposed. Clement chuckled as he heard the Pokemon doctor begin to sound smart. Clement actually agreed with Brock, stating that it seems logical. Ash just stood there confused and turned to the worried Serena and said, "Don't worry Serena, if they say that I won't catch it, then I probably won't." "But Ash," Serena tried to interject. "Come on Serena, relax," Ash started. Suddenly, feeling his nose itch, Ash got the urge to Aochu. Lysandra Labs. So, Lysandra, a woman with red hair, pale skin, glasses with a red tint and a black with red attire, said to the man that had a red lion mane-like hair. The room was nice and it was very comfortable for the two adults who sat in their own leather chairs. Lysandra was conversing with a colleague at that time, and as he did that, he was petting his Pyroar. "What do you think we ought to do about that trainer?" Lysandra sighed and spoke up to the woman, "Malva, to be honest. He is strong, he has proven himself to be a threat to my plans." Lysandra trailed off. Then spoke up again, "I will just have to attack him when the time is right." Suddenly, a door slammed open and two grunts piled into the room with an alarmed expression, getting both the attention of Malva and Lysandra, who turned to the grunts, who obviously did have bad news. One of the grunts then spoke up, "Our Zapdos was caught." Lysandra, at hearing that, got out of his chair with extreme alarm and through gritted teeth shouted, "What? After we got them back?" Earlier, at an undisclosed location, Hunter was walking through the route to Lumiose attempting to catch another Pokemon. He was next to a bipedal fire chicken and a small fox-like Pokemon. He turned to the chicken and said, "Blaziken, keep your guard high." Hunter then turned to Eevee and said, "Eevee, make sure you stay on guard." Suddenly, he was met with a cry for help, "Das Arctic Moltres. What was that?" Hunter asked himself as he saw his Pokemon tense up. "Blaziken," Blaziken said as he pointed in the direction of the trouble. "Blaziken, Eevee, let's go," Hunter shouted as he ran through the shrubs and bushes, and what he saw next completely left his mouth hanging open. "No, King, way." Hunter's expression then grew to worried. "Eevee, Blaziken quick. Eevee." Eevee shouted as he charged up a shadow ball in his mouth. Blaziken then jumped into the sky, setting his leg in fire and coming down towards the target. I am going to leave it at that. There is a cliffhanger now, and that story might not finish until next chapter, so keep that in mind. Until the league, I may do these things. I want to say that you guys are ready to make fan art of what happens next. No. Someone whispers in my ear. Wait, there already is fan art of this. Whispers in my ear. Wait, but didn't Ash get a picture? Okay, now I know what to write. Just a quick tip, this chapter is based on Noivern and well, Serena, because it would be fun to do an entire chapter on her. Enjoy, winky face. Disclaimer, I don't own Pokemon. Chapter 24, battling at a huge amounts of volume to not wake up Ash. Serena gets confessed to. That morning at the campsite near the stream, the gang was enjoying breakfast under the beautiful morning. The sun was out, the sky was clear because Gudra was in his Pokeball. The fletchling chirped and the breeze was nice and Serena. See what I did there? Brock and Clement had prepared some nice breakfast for the group and they were all digging in, until of course Bonnie noticed something was missing. In fact, something at the table that was very important was there. Ash sure is taking his time today, Bonnie remarked as she looked at the table. Pikachu also noticed and pat his head in confusion. Peculiar, Ash is always at the table to eat, in fact, he is the first, Brock said confused. I think he was training all night if I remember correctly, Clement remarked as he adjusted his glasses. Serena did not look dazed at all, she probably thought that Ash to wake up, so she told Bonnie, "Let's go wake him up, Bonnie." Okay. Bonnie said as she and Serena hopped out of their chairs to go to the blue tent that Ash was sleeping in. As the duo approached the tent, Ash opened the tent door that caught the attention of the whole gang, who now looked at him. Bonnie spoke up first, "Oh Ash, breakfast is ready." Ash. How can anyone put it, he did not look good. His face was flushed red and he looked fatigued. As he opened the tent, he barely sounded like he even listened to Bonnie. He just spoke up confused, "It's ready." "Okay, thanks." Serena then walked up behind Bonnie to greet her crush. "Hey, go wash up, hungry." Serena then noticed Ash start to walk her way, making her recoil a little. Huh. Everyone now had their attention on Ash and Serena as the raven-haired trainer randomly approached the honey blonde one. "What the?" Bonnie muttered to herself as she saw Ash walk past her like a zombie. Suddenly, Ash fell on Serena's arms at a suggestive pose with a small gasp from Ash leaning against Serena's belly, grabbing both of her arms. Serena instantly blushed as she saw her crush do that to her. Ash then looked up and said, "Serena, I love." Serena's face instantly turned very red, more than a tomato, as she asked, "What do you love?" Ash then looked at Serena and grabbed her hair while straining to speak, but he said, "You." Serena instantly went wide-eyed and more red than ever, and then she asked, "You actually love me?" Ash replied with all the power he had the next part, "I love how you were right about me catching a cold." Ash then slid down Serena's clothes and collapsed to the ground. Serena looked around and noticed everyone red as in. "What just happened?" Clement asked. Serena then looked at Ash and instantly put her hands around her mouth as she saw Ash's state. "Oh no. Pikachu. Ash." Everyone shouted in unison as they ran to the raven-haired trainer to see what was going on with him. Instant replay in everyone's POV. Bonnie POV. "What the?" I mutter as Ash walks by me. "He looks more dead than a corpse." But I was more worried as I saw what he was walking to Serena. I instantly shrieked internally as I saw Ash collapse on Serena's arms, but when Ash spoke up I almost died. "Serena, I love," he started. "OMG, OMG, 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 OMG. It's happening. What do you love?" Serena asked at Ash. As I watched Serena's face change color, I had to reach into the pocket of my bag and get Den to watch. "Nen?" he asked me. "Watch." I whispered loudly to him. "You." Ash exclaims, and I instantly pumped my fist into the air with amazing triumph. Yes. It happened. It was probably supposed to go the other way around. Ash then collapses and says, "Yes, I love how you were right about me catching a cold." It sounded like a million shards of glass broke inside of me as my eye twitched. I then face-palmed and said internally, "FCKU Ash. Serena better do that though, not me." Pikachu POV. Pikachu. I ask as I see him walk up to Serena. I was in the table and in my hands I had a piece of Pokemon food that I was watching with. I begin to eat the Pokemon food as I see Ash collapse on Serena's arms. Should I shock Ash? Nah, this SHT is getting good. I then hear Ash say, "I love." I instantly recoiled and shouted, "Pika." I then lost my balance and fell off the table. I never got to hear the end of that story. Brock POV. Why is Ash walking to Serena like an idiot? Wait, what the FCK? Serena, I love. I hear Ash say. Okay, no, bro, please, don't tell me you are actually going to get her. I try with a million Nurse Joys and Officer Jennies and Ash could get a girl in his first try. I just stare in awe as I see Serena turn bright red as Ash said that he loved her. Of course I recoiled, but I was just as relieved when Ash finally stated, "I love how you were right about me catching a cold." Splat, the sound Ash makes as he collapses to the ground. I could barely hold my laughter as I witnessed Serena's expression turn from a surprised one to an expression of confusion and worry. Wait. I said catching a cold due to getting one's hair wet was a myth. I'm so f-ked. Clement POV. I state as I watch Ash fall on Serena in such a weird position. Should I cover Bonnie's eyes? I think it would be appropriate. I look at Bonnie as I am about to walk over and close her eyes, but she seems very excited about it. I don't know why. What do you love, Ash? I hear as I turn to the two teenagers in a somewhat embrace. You. I hear Ash say. At that very moment I swear I could see Serena look so red she could explode. Haha, reminds me of chemistry. Ooh, I know. I gotta. Think I have to let Bonnie watch this as a science lesson. Yes. Then, I can give her the talk tonight. Ooh, and I will sing her my favorite song. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. 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 Science Ulysses. Bill Nye the Science Guy. I stare up at space with shining eyes thinking about my favorite childhood television show. Splat. What just happened? I ask, returning to reality. Ash. Everyone and me shout, watching Ash collapse to the ground. Ash POV. Ugh, I groan as I wake up due to the beaming sun coming through the tent. A blazing headache was hitting me and it hurt so bad. Oh man, I feel so hot. Did I come down with a cold? I touch my forehead and I feel it burning. Yeah, it's a fever alright. Serena was right. Dang it, Brock. Whatever, I have to wake up. I walk to the edge of the tent and open it. Bonnie and Serena, who was behind Bonnie, were waiting for me. Bonnie said something, but I could not understand due to the headache I had. I understood something about breakfast, so I replied, "It's ready." Okay, thanks. Serena then popped up and she also was impossible to understand. I know I have to tell her I was sorry for not listening to her and whatnot, so I start to walk to her. As I am walking, I notice I am a lot weaker than usually. I am about to reach her when my legs give out and I fall in her arms. I look up at her with all the power I had and said out of my control, "Serena, I love." Serena was extremely red from what I noticed and she asked me something which I did not hear, so I reply with, "You, wait, I should have put a how before you. I can't think straight." Serena then recoils at my answer and I figured something I said must have come out wrong. So, after Serena says something again, I blaster her with the most accurate answer I could, "I love how you were right about me catching a cold." With that I fell to the ground completely exhausted as I barely held a grip on Serena's hand. Serena POV. I watch in confusion as Ash walks towards me. Why is he doing this? He does not look good since he is randomly blushing and walking like HR is possessed or something. Why does he walk toward me like that? Ash then gets extremely close to me and I recoil as he falls on my arms. I feel the weight of him touching me with the feeling of his scarf rubbing against my arms and I gasp in shock as heat rises to my cheeks. I can't believe he is doing this. Serena, I love. My attention is brought down to Ash and my blush intensifies. Hold on, backtrack a little, did he just say love? My heart is palpitating out of my chest now. I can feel it about to shoot out of my rib cage faster than a bullet. What do you love? I ask out of nowhere as my visions start to become pink and sparkly. I could see the start of something big here. You. Ash shouts. Instantly, fireworks go off in my heart as I heard that. My blush started to give off steam, it was as if I could heat anything up. I felt so special. You really love me? I ask through my delusional ambient. I swear if he does I am going to be the happiest girl in there. I love how you were right about me catching a cold. You. Splat. Oh no. I shout as I am jumped back into reality and put my hands over my mouth as I see Ash on the floor in bad shape. Wait, cold? Ash. The gang and me shout in unison with a worried tone. Normal POV. Ash. Everyone shouts as Serena turns him to a sitting up position. One touch to the forehead gave it all away for Serena, he has a fever. Everyone recoiled as they decided to come up with a solution to the problem. Let's lie him down, Brock spoke up. The group nodded and everyone grabbed Ash and carried him together NACL to the tent he was on. After they snugged him tight, Serena brought out Braixen and Bryan as she went with a bowl to get some water from the stream. Serena and her two Pokémon then came back inside the tent where Pikachu was looking at Ash with worry as Brock, Clement and Bonnie removed Ash's scarf and put it aside with the rest of his clothing. "I still can't believe he sleeps with that scarf," Bonnie replied as she put it aside. "I think he just really likes it," Clement replied as he used the first aid kit Brock had to find some medicines in a pamphlet. "I found it, we need to get this medicine at a pharmacy located just a mile south of here," Clement replied as he showed the picture to Brock, who was taking Ash's temperature. Brock turned to the others and spoke up, "Ash is running a 101 temperature, we need someone to take care of him as Clement and me get the medicine at a town just south of here." Clement then turned to Bonnie, "Bonnie, I prefer that you come with us so that you don't catch any sickness." Clement then turned to Serena. "I guess you will take care of him then, right?" Serena noticed this was a huge opportunity to show how much she cared for Ash, so she nodded. Serena gave her tablet to Bonnie just in case they got lost before she left. The others then left the tent, but before they did, Brock turned to Serena, "Take good care of him." Serena pumped her fist and replied, "Just leave it to me." The others left and then Serena turned to her crush. With the bowl of water, she dumped her handkerchief into the water and put it on Ash's forehead. Then, after putting her hand in Ash's cheek, she felt that the temperature was not as high. Serena then smiled at Pikachu, Braixen and Bryan, "He will be feeling better in no time." Pika. Braixen. Bryan. Suddenly, Serena felt a little movement come from Ash's body as she turned to him. Ash then turned in the sleeping bag and went back to sleep. The movement was so slight that Serena was scared he might have woken up. "Oh!" A deafening sound of an electric guitar came from the outside, making Serena recoil in shock along with the other Pokémon. What the actual FCK? Serena asked herself as she left the tent only to find a rockstar. This rockstar had makeup all over his face, two giant bass amplifiers on his backpack and a freaking Noivern behind him. "Vern!" the Noivern called with a smirk. The rockstar then pointed at Serena with his blue guitar and shouted, "You! Do you know where I can find the great Ash Ketchum?" The rockstar gave another strum of his guitar and it made Serena, Pikachu and Serena's two mid-form evolved starters to cover their ears. "He's sleeping right now." Serena retaliated as she felt threatened by the sight of a man completely ruining the fact she was taking care of someone. The rockstar then strummed his guitar again and said, "Tell him that Jack the Noivern Master challenges his Noivern to a volume battle. Unless he is too scared." Jack made a cute face at that last part as he and his Noivern laughed uncontrollably. Okay, I will get him," Serena resigned as she knew how it was pointless to even try and shake the guy now. "Wow, really?" Jack exclaimed as he got closer. Serena nodded slowly and retreated with her Pokémon and Pikachu into the tent. Serena POV. What am I going to do? If Ash finds out he has a battle, he will jump out of the sleeping bag with no hesitation. I turn to the Pokémon that look at me with confused looks as my gaze focuses on some clothes that were next to the sleeping bag. Then, I see the scarf right next to Ash and I know I have no choice. For Ash's sake. Wait. Where am I going to change? SHT. Okay, wait. I look at what I have to deal with. Braixen and Bryan are female so they can handle it. Pikachu is a male, I don't. Wait, that little mouse has seen my body exposed at Santalon, didn't he? My face started to heat up as I resigned to the fact that I had to change. At least Ash is knocked out. I remove my dress and at the sight of me exposed, Pikachu blushed and looked away. Of course he would, what a cute mouse. I didn't mind Braixen and Bryan who prevented a tempted Pikachu from turning around and I giggled at that. I then begin to put on Ash's jacket. It was warm, I have to admit, and it did feel kind of nice to be snug in it all the time. I put on Ash's pants and blush heavily. I got into his pants. I swiftly tuck my hair up and put on the cap while reaching over for the scarf and putting it on around my neck. Finally, I grab Ash's belt with pokeballs and only grab Noivern's pokeball since I did not need the others and slip on Ash's fingerless gloves. I was about to leave with the other Pokemon outside looking completely like Ash, but I went back to Ash's side to check on him. His face was still flushed red, but it was a little more than it was before. I check his temperature and his fever had risen a lot. Before I head out, wishing I could be with him, I put another cold handkerchief on his forehead to see if it helps. Ash POV a minute earlier. Is someone going through my stuff? I slowly peek through my eyes to see what is going on. Holy moly, look at her body. My face starts to heat up so much that I swore I could break any thermometer. I close my eyes and feel a hand touch my cheek to later recoil it after barely feeling it. Yup, that was my blush. I then feel a nice cool handkerchief touch my forehead and stay there. Thanks Serena. Back outside normal POV. Serena had a pokeball in her hand as she was being followed by Pikachu, Braixen, and Bryan. They all had a sweat drop as they saw the guitarist strum his guitar in a loud sound again and smirk at the sight of Serena dressed up as Ash. Serena pumped her fist, "Are you ready to feel my wrath? I am Ash Ketchum and I accept your challenge." Serena tried talking in such an Ash-like tone that it made her laugh at how the impression was awkward. "So we finally meet Ash, name's Jack, and you are going down." Jack then pointed forward. "Go Noivern." Noi. Verrnn, the Noivern shrieked an ear-blasting cry as he got in front of his trainer. Serena looked back at the tent with nerves. She knew Ash could wake up from all the noise. Serena had to take her chances though, so she bit her lip and in an Ash voice threw the pokeball while shouting, "Noivern, I choose you." Noivern appeared from the pokeball and stared down the opponent, Noi. Vivien. He cried, also making Serena and the others cover their ears. Noivern then turned to Serena and instantly pet his head expecting Ash. When Noivern saw that it was Serena though, Noivern nodded at her. Serena felt relieved that Noivern was wanting to help, so she was glad it could get underway. From a safe distance. Two Noivern and they look strong too, a male with a grey suit in said. They can be sold for around 9,000 euros each. A female next to him smirked as she pumped her fist, "Let's catch them." Battle music start. Serena, Noivern, versus Jack, Noivern. Serena started by putting her arm out palm down like Ash does in his battles and in an Ash voice, she calls out the first move, Noivern use Boom Burst. Serena then gulped as she was going to not be too sure about how this battle would play out. Noivern made his loud usual cry and launched the sound wave beam at the opposing sound wave dragon. Jack looked very amused to see the power in Noivern, so it is strong, huh? Jack then stuck his tongue out and threw out his fist, use you Boom Burst. Both of the sound-based moves collided in a stalemate in the middle of the grass. Raise the volume. Serena shouted while putting her fist S at her side. She needed Ash's Noivern to overpower, but she knew she still had to risk Ash waking up, which was something she did not want. Ash's Noivern made his cry louder and there was an explosion in the middle of the collision where Ash's Noivern had his Boom Burst go through towards the opponent's dragon. Dodge it quick. Jack shouted. Jack's Noivern saw the attack coming and dodged by flying upwards. Now use Dragon Claw. Jack's Noivern then formed two scaly green claws that rushed Ash's Noivern in immense speed. Dodge it Noivern. Serena shouted with a large amount of fear for the Dragon Claw since it was an obvious super effective hit. Just as Jack's Noivern was going to smash his claws into Ash's Noivern, the latter spread his wings and rolled to the left, completely avoiding the attack. Jack smiled again and ordered a move that no one had expected, Shadow Ball, Rapid Fire. Vern. Jack's Noivern shouted as he formed 5 dark purple ball and then fired them at Ash's Noivern. Serena recoiled at first, but hearing some encouragement from Pikachu, Braixen and Bryan got her on her own feet, dodge it again. Serena shouted as she pumped her fist with one hand and put her arm out. Noivern. Ash's Noivern shouted as he flew around the shadow ball that came his way, until one of the shadow ball crossed paths with Noivern's trajectory. Boom burst. Serena instantly commanded. Ash's Noivern then charged up his sound-based beam and shot it spiraling at the shadow ball. The collision made an explosion that sent a lot of smoke in a large smoke cloud on top of the area in which the two were battling. Jack then smirked and strummed his guitar. Hide in the smoke. Jack's Noivern saw the cloud of smoke and flew inside, which was obviously a good spot for Jack. Ah! Serena gasped as she saw Jack's Noivern completely disappear. Where will it come from? Serena thought as she scanned the place where the two sound wave dragons were battling. Noivern then landed in front of Serena and waved his bat-like wings at her. Noi Vern Noivern. Serena instantly went wide-eyed and smirked. Noivern is right, I have been watching Ash's battles the closest out of everyone. Serena thought. Serena then out her hand out and shouted, clear it all with hurricane. Noivern flapped his wings as he created a strong breeze that spiraled and made the smoke completely disappear. As Ash's scarf waved with Serena, she pumped her fist, Noivern used sky attack. No way! Jack shouted in disbelief. Jack then recomposed himself, acrobatics counter it. Both Noivern closed the gap in a large explosion. The gold-covered Noivern though overpowered and the blue-covered Noivern fell in front of his trainer. Pika. Zen Breakson. Bryon. Pikachu and Serena's Pokemon kept cheering on Serena because the last attack was impressive from their part, thus making them cheer louder. Noivern, are you alright? Jack asked with a shocked face. Noivern affirmed he could battle and flew back into the air, making Jack smirk. This is what I have been waiting for. Serena smirked, you just wait, because when it comes to me, anything is possible. Serena then mentally jumped from her body and screamed in joy for her cosplay actually working. Walking back to the area where the gang set up camp. Brock, Clement and Bonnie were walking back with medicine as they heard multiple explosions going on. When they reached the campsite they noticed Ash battling someone. Noivern against Noivern. No way Ash is battling, Clement replied as he squinted to get a better look. Wait, Brock replied as he looked closer. What he saw was a pale face with blue eyes and honey blonde hair with a blush in the cheeks. That has to be Serena. Bonnie shouted, leading the group and reaching the Ash cosplaying female. Serena instantly put a crap face and hoped that no one would. Why are you dressed up, Dash? Ah! Serena shouted while putting her hands in the air. Noivern mimicked the action. Seer Dash. Noi Noivern. Are they your friends? Jack asked while pinning his head. Huh, my friends? Serena asked as she put a hand near the scarf. Serena then panicked a little and got herself together by putting an Ash-like pose and saying, yeah, you bet. Serena then dashed to the three newcomers anime style. Did you get the medicine? Serena asked with a dreaded look in her face. She obviously did not expect the three to be back so soon from getting the medicine. It was a 2-mile walk to go and come back. Bonnie obviously had that look in her face of, really, as Serena tried to ignore her. Clement and Brock were very surprised to even see Serena this way. Yeah, what really matters is, what is going on with you? Clement asked with a sheepish face. Serena then whispered to the three companions her trouble. They challenged Ash and Noivern to a battle. Brock then spoke up, what really brings up my curiosity is, when and where did you change clothes? I would have asked this if I was their XD. Serena's face at hearing this instantly lost all of its color. She felt like she wanted to die. Bonnie evilly smirked at seeing the response of the honey blonde performer. Serena then blushed and said, in the tent, why? Brock then sighed in a relieved tone, because that guy you are battling, he sticks his tongue out and it freaks me out so much. I did not want you to have to live through that experience. Serena slightly chuckled at that one. Of course, no one would have totally suspected that Ash saw anything since he was sleeping. Anyways, Brock started again. We will give Ash the medicine and make him feel better in no time. Serena then stood back and exclaimed while pumping her fist in a slight blush, "Yeah, I am counting on you." Serena then turned towards the battle as the other three went to give Ash the medicine. Except one who stayed back to tell Serena something so important. With a sly face, Bonnie creeped up at Serena and said, "Oh yeah, good luck future Mrs. Ketchum." Serena's face instantly blushed red at that remark and looked at where Bonnie went. Getting herself together with accepting the fact that it was one of her goals to even become Mrs. Ketchum, Serena turned back to the battle with a smile in her face. Serena then changed her voice back to the more boy-like voice and exclaimed, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Back at the tent, Brock and Clement filled a spoonful of the medicine and gave it to the raven-haired trainer that was struggling to sleep in his bed. After tossing and turning a bit, Ash took the spoonful and puckered his lips at how sour the medicine tasted. "Come on Ash, this will make you feel better," Brock replied as he readied another spoonful. Ash took this spoonful as Bonnie walked in from harassing Serena. "I hope Ash feels better soon," Bonnie replied. Nen, Deden agreed from the pouch looking at the raven-haired trainer. Back at the battle, Serena prepared her next attack by putting her arm behind her in an Ash pose he used against Clement in his gym battle. Noivern hit it with a supersonic Noi, dash. Just as Noivern was about to fire his attack, two nets came in and captured the two Noiverns. Serena and Jack instantly recoiled at the sight of the two sound wave dragons being taken captive in such a manner. Suddenly, two people in gray suits came out of a pickup truck that pulled up in front of the two Noiverns. One of the humans was a male with pale skin and sharp green eyes while the other one was a tanned female with long curly hair. She also had blue eyes that were filled with coldness. "Who are you guys?" Jack shouted in worry at his Noivern being taken away. The male looked at the rockstar with a smirk. "We are just Pokemon poachers stealing some too powerful Noiverns so that we can sell them." "You wouldn't dare!" Serena shouted with pure power, but letting her angelic voice seep through her disguise. The female looked at Serena with a confused look. "So, the transgender thinks that we should not take them." "Transgender?" Jack asked as he turned to Serena. "Wait, are you that girl that I talked to before?" Serena looked away and grabbed her hat with embarrassment. Who cares, we are going to get away," the male said as he jumped into the front seat and